podcast. I bought all the, that's what he said. I go, oh, we're doing this thing now, another cope. You know, I've learned these various copes that these type of people do. So he was probably doing the thing where he's like, Paul's really enjoying his daddy being elected because that's him. He lives in a world where Donnie Trump's his daddy, and that's his only source of empowerment is disempowerment. He knows that's not my world, and he's not going to do what I do and get results. So he's got to like incorporate me into his bizarre projection fantasy, right, to make himself feel better. I have I have experience with all you guys' narcissistic projections and like humorous, foolish games because my father's cornered the market on all of them. And because he's oneself like the rest of you, there's nothing he's done that you haven't done, and vice versa. So I've gotten really good from a young age of question and answer periods and then presumption and assumption to get to the truth because I'm dealing with a bunch of cowardly, deflecting, obfuscating, narcissistic liars who just can't accept their pathetic reality they occupy. And when forced to consider it, they start coping and running and fighting and deluding themselves. And, you know, it's the same game over and over again with everybody. I've gotten used to it. Your thoughts, the freak? Was I on anything there?
I just want to say first thing, thank you to the Canadian truckers. Because of you, my kids didn't have to get the jab to go back to school.
Hold on, just like Smith, can you build the connection between those two things? I'm completely lost already.
Well, Canadian truckers was the straw that broke the elites back when it came to the C-19.
And there it is. You've seen that move before. Tornado siren. There it is.
That's like Gomer Pyle and Full Metal Jacket.
That's you in pretty much every being that I come across most of the time in my life, like metaphorically, if not literally.
So what was happening was in Jack Talcott's chat, Jeep was, you know, she doesn't like it when I mentioned Donald Trump at all. But when I thought about it, and I think about like your last few shows titles or your last shows titles for like the last, you know, few weeks, it's all been about like, you know, Trump's in there talking about Trump, you know, for a certain amount of time in the show, which is all good. I mean, I like it. But you actually talk about Donald Trump more than me, and I just pointed that out to her.
Yeah, I talk about Donald Trump because he's the new hottest, oldest thing in town, and we've already done this, as in we, like I bear witness and testimony to what already happened, and we are doing it again in the sense of you all voting and claiming it's going to be different this time when history rhymes, if not repeats, when we don't learn its lessons. Even if we do learn the lessons, it still rhymes or repeats to some degree. So I have a reason, right?
Newsworthy, whatever. I get that. I was just, you know, going back and forth with Jeeps when I said that. So that's probably where you got that from.
Okay.
But I mean, you were in the chat though. So like you probably, if you didn't see it, you know, I'm surprised, but so like it was.
Oh, it's like I'm guessing Tard Pole is here. Tard Pole. I can't see him. He's blocked. I've blocked a whole bunch of you folks because you'll never get over me. You'll never come up on panel because you're a coward. You're never going to resolve with me, and you make a career out of hating on me. So at some point, like, I salute you for being an ultra dedicated loser, failure, watcher, waiter, hater, but I don't really want to see you or interact with your nonsense. So like Venus Slave Cake, Special Slave, who was that? Yeah, Tard Pole. They don't even exist in my world because when I go to Slackcots, there's no one in chat. I don't even see them. It's the greatest thing ever. They don't even exist. I don't have to be impeded by their nonsense and projections. I don't even have to answer them or respond. And then when they come here to watch, wait, and hate, I can't see them again. So they have no, and that then nips everything in the bud, right? That cuts off all their false, empowered, codependent state because that's all they have left. Is that they think I can see them and that they're going to say stuff and try to get to me and make me doubt who and what I am and what I'm doing while never being available to resolution. Why would I ever take perspective or critique or criticism from you? You don't care about me. You don't care about the truth. You're just a loser, failure, hater. So I just delete you like you don't exist. And then we go back to peace again, right? We go back to peace, folks who still question me and want to critique and criticize, but are open to interact or resolve and not be complete cowards. Agree to disagree at times. Let me even act out, not take it personal, because I do a broadcast here. We're not at lunch. I don't owe you guys any respect. If you can't command respect with me, you're not going to get it. And I'm going to go on doing whatever I'm supposed to do. As far as I see it in my heart. The same thing that you praise Slackcott for, you down me for, because you're hypocritical. While he has no results in his losing and failing, and I'm a get it out the mud, somewhat low-level success story in the making. Still, by the way, we're not over.
Well, first of all, I do care. You know what? I'm starting to not care about truth, but I mean, I do care. But
what does that even mean?
I do care, but
I'm starting to that.
I don't even know at this point because
we're so undecided in life.
Apparently, I'm getting more respect when I lie than when I tell the truth.
No, that's not it. You get more respect when you stay neutral than when you show yourself to be the weak fool that you apparently are. That's not lying. That's, again, there's an old saying. Better to stay silent and let people think you may be a fool than to open your mouth and destroy all doubt. Right?
Well,
and to confirm it to be true.
Fact of the matter is, when it comes to the chat, I'm the only one who mentioned that what you had as an idea for the summer was a bad idea. So
I know
doesn't mean that I don't care about you. Then they really don't care about you.
The freak, you're weaponizing some attachment you have with me that I apparently don't have with you. I don't give you credit for telling me my ideas were bad because you were scared for me like my mama. I appreciate you wanting to love me like the mother I never had, but it's just kind of weird. Like, I'm not downing you for it.
Not even one of them had the courage to tell you anything.
It's not about the courage. It's that they think that I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do. They know how I am. If they have a criticism, they give it. But they also just may not believe it's a bad idea because they know I'm committed to dying or going to jail for what's true and what's right.
That's fine. But
you think they're supposed to tell me, like everyone else in my life who pretends to love me, that I shouldn't live my ultimate purpose and meaning, even if it means going to prison and dying? I don't respect that.
Well,
I respect these people more. I respect people more for even just saying, Paulie, we don't like you, but we're interested in seeing how this ends up. If you get shot up or put in prison, we're going to laugh. I even respect them more than people telling me on the other side to say, we're with rights, freedom, and principles, spiritual faith, but don't do anything that requires sacrifice and danger. Then I'm going to be stuck with your bitch asses. I'd rather die than be stuck with you all. So you shouldn't take that personal. I don't want to live here another 35 years with a bunch of cowards around me saying the same shit, doing the same shit over and over again. It's fucking boring, and it's a waste of time, energy, attention, and life. Yeah. So you're not helping me by telling me to negate my purpose and process, even if it's detrimental to me. I don't have anything else to do here, bro.
You're getting on to castrated all the time for what he did, right? And how he got punked out.
For what he didn't do. For what he didn't do, as much as what he did. You were literally
going to put yourself in that position, and then
I already did over and over again. Yeah, and I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to do it again. What the fuck do you think this is, bro? You really think that I'm a bitch, don't you? You really think this is a game, don't you? You're now in this moment right now. You're almost making me want to get up and go in the car and ride around with no plates at nighttime and all the rest of it and do it on camera. So if you're trying to have the opposite effect, it's not happening. Because I'm not going to be like you. I'm not going to be stuck with you. I'm going to live my truth to whatever end it is. That's it. Just accept it. Reconcile it. You get to be you. I get to be me. And I'm not trading that for anything. So I'm telling you again that I'm probably going to get arrested again. And I might get killed. And I might have to go to a box. Based on the record so far, though, I'm 6 for 6.
Right. But why wouldn't you accept the rite of passage and stop being a foot soldier and be the general that can prepare the
bro, come on. That doesn't make any sense. You're the same thing as like the guy telling Eazy-E to stop banging in the street. He goes, for what? This is what I do. It's niggas with attitude. Right? It's not niggas who are cowardly.
Well, that's the difference between
I only do what I know how to do till I don't know how to do it no more. And that's what I know how to do. And that's what I get a kick out of. And that's what needs to be done, more importantly, So that's what's going to happen.
So that's the difference between you and Jack Talcott then.
Exactly. I live my truth and I'm willing to die behind it. He just bullshits online to try to get money and numbers, and he's failing miserably at that and chased away everyone who could help him with that, including me.
Man.
Well, and the freak, real quick, you don't, and again, I'm probably just stupid and I'm missing this. So, but you don't see like an inconsistency in you wanting to critique an individual who's standing on their beliefs or principles, doing whatever, and about the consequences that he might face, right? But you actively supported a presidential candidate that is putting, if you believe the official fiction, the whole world in a state of peril and world-altering consequences. So why would we focus on one man who believes he's living his truth, right, and try to dissuade him from that while supporting just a shit show of an individual as the actual leader? Like, how can you talk about generals and leadership and then support a dude like that?
Well, as far as I remember, Joe Biden was the one that got everyone involved in Ukraine.
I'm not talking. We weren't talking about Joe Biden.
Is your first end of what was that? What is that?
Well, I'm trying to qualify his claim of World War III. Nuke siren.
You're on to something. I don't know what happened. It's the this is why they go Paulie boy, why are you so demonic? They go, Paulie boy, why are you so ghetto and demonic? Why do you listen to King Von? I go, it's not because I'm out shooting people and gang banging and all the rest of this. I think that's a bunch of nonsense. And it's sadness. What I am doing is riding on the same kind of energy that I'm going to do this until I'm not going to do this. And that's probably going to be to whatever end that the universe has in store for me. So I listen to that music because it calls out the same spirit of me that I feel in those beings. They're going to the end with this, for better or for worse. That's dedication. Now, the difference is I'm dedicated to rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith, and walking in the way and not being property of the state of as much as I can hack it. These motherfuckers are in the street banging some kind of property and some kind of street and some kind of colors. It's the same thing for me. It's the same spirit. It's just applied in a different way for different reason. Right.
All right. So the music is one thing, but you're talking about you are just a foot soldier. You'll always be a foot soldier, and you're capping yourself as
I don't see it that way. I don't. You're saying it that way. You're seeing it that way. You're saying it that way.
But there's a rite of passage.
I'm expressing and living through what I am as me. You're choosing to see me as a gangbanger, a foot soldier, a this, a that, a the third. This is who I am. This is what I know. This is what I'm going to live till I see different, if I ever do. And I can't, I can't see it any other way. Just like they're going to tell you, I can't see it any other way as fuck the guy from 64th and 63rd, whatever the fuck it is. I can't see it any other way. And I'm not even saying fuck the police and the courts. I'm saying they've been my greatest teachers and testers on how to become a man. Just like motherfuckers will thank the ops for shooting at them. You just don't understand a life that's actually lived in adversity to some kind of outcome where you can actually say, good, bad, or indifferent, I wouldn't change a fucking thing. It's called authenticity. It's called being real, living your truth. If you can align it with the truth, I think you're way better off, right? Of course.
What chance do you have going to court that you wouldn't be thrown in contempt like the castrated was?
You're saying this when it's already been done and put to rest. Why are you asking me a hypothetical about something that's already happened?
Well,
why do you do that? Why do you deny the record and my experience to try to project your own hypotheticals?
Because I'm trying to show you the comparison with that testimony.
What's going to stop? Liliana's here and she's desperate for my attention because she's made 3 statements toward me and she's not going to stop probably till I acknowledge her. So Lily, what's going to stop Liliana's non-boyfriend, broken system, broken trust, who came up with me or under me, if you want to call it that, taking my instructions and running with it? He's on 3 dismissals out of 5 so far, or 4 out of 5. He's about to bat 5 for 5. I'm 6 for 6. He's about to bat 5 for 5. What's stopping him or I from being contempted already at court like the castrated? You answer the question. You're the one asking it. Why do I have to answer the question that you have? Because you're in confusion. It doesn't confuse me. I've already given you the answers. You won't listen because we're pure in our intention, because we're good faith, because we're honorable, because we're not threatening, because we ask the right questions, and they know why we're there.
Yeah, but I'm saying you don't have to put yourself in that position in the first place. Why would you want to do that?
There you go, Liliana, another broken hoe who can't get the point. It doesn't matter if Josh currently has a warrant and as you say, fled the state. Guess what? If he's 3 out of 5 for dismissals, he probably hasn't done anything wrong. If they want to steamroll him and I'm not observe the truth and put out warrants on him to do coercion and duress and do harm, he probably should leave that location and seek asylum on another land that's going to be hospitable and uphold the law and his rights. So you can all your ass all the way back to wherever you came from, because I had warrants and I left Denver and they arrested me on the way out of Denver and saw the warrants and still let me out. And I left and went to Arizona. What's your point? Does that, again, you're out of context and you're missing the point and you're projecting what you want or don't want to be true on the situation. He's already 3 out of 5 dismissals. I had warrants as well. They chucked them aside after 6 months to a year because I wasn't going to present. They don't have the contract and it's not going to go well because I'm going to sue them if they do harm or loss to me. So just someone putting out warrants is meaningless. Telling me he fled a state is meaningless. You want to build up everything into something bigger or badder than it really is. And you want to demean and project and devalue on other motherfuckers' actual experience because you're a dirty bitch. That's why I'm not with him anymore, because he's a pretty good man. Broken system, broken trust is. He's a little goofy. He's got an addiction problem. He's probably a bit lazy and procrastinating. How do I know all these things? Because I know me. But at his core, in his heart, he's probably a decent guy. And you're a piece of garbage. And you probably are a serial dater of people who have a good heart. And you like to crush them and make them feel bad and then walk off and laugh about it afterward. Because you're a low-life Jezebel harlot piece of trash. Okay? No, I don't respect you. I don't like you. You're desperate for my attention because you show up and say, tell daddy this, tell daddy that. I can see you, goofy bitch. I'm not responding to you and you know it. So you're a power gamer as well. Sorry, I don't want to pay you any attention and feed into the same dynamic he did and get left the same way he was. I see you coming and going. And I send you on your way. And that's why you want to sit over on Freak's channel where I can't get to you. I'll just disconnect his stream. I don't need his audience. I don't need you people over there with the little chain symbol attached to you where you can't get timed out and you could try to play power games with me. Go get a life, goofy bitch. Go find some man who's actually going to respect you or want you for anything other than that used pussy. Good luck. I know this ain't the one right here you're looking at and speaking to.
Yikes.
Bitch has got little to nothing to offer a motherfucker like me. You're an impediment. You're a detriment to me.
So you're okay. You're going to sue a municipality for damage or whatever. So now you're going from decastrated to Mitchell status. Just want to.
I don't know what that means. Mitchell status. You sound like a fucking moron. Mitchell hired an attorney to talk for him. I'm telling you, I put a handwritten claim, common law jurisdiction on the books, and they're all getting summons to have to testify and bear witness to their incompetence and their negligence. That's what the system of America was created to be, dumbass. I'm the du jour. Cool. I'm the du jour government. You're looking at it. You want to talk white hats and QAnon? I'm the government of today. I'm a founding daddy of today. While you have a de facto corporate government on the other side trying to overwrite my rights and you folks giving away the store to them because you're a bunch of punk cowards.
That's pretty awesome. I didn't even know you were doing that.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty awesome. No, it's just what's necessary. It's what we all need to do. It's what a man would fucking do if they had any kind of understanding and balls going in the same direction. That's me.
So Mitchell never converted on that case, huh?
I don't know anything about Mitchell's bitch ass because he's another unthankful, ungrateful, projecting, rejecting, cowardly, false strengthened motherfucker who curses at the cops till he gets behind closed doors and acts like a bitch. Not interested in all that. It's a bunch of nonsense. You don't ever see me cursing at cops. You don't ever see none of that. Best you get is me saying motherfucker, this, that, and the third, and trying to call out to their spirit and saying, brother, we're one on America. Let's do what's true and what's right here today. Let's not go into devaluing and demeaning our purpose here as Americans. That's all you've ever heard me say and put forth. I've never cursed at them. I've never demeaned them. I've never challenged their masculinity because I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
If you want to put it that way.
I've witnessed that they come back and want to talk to you. So that is pretty, that's saying something.
Okay, let me correct that because I have to be completely candid and transparent. Other than after they arrest me and put hands on me, at times I do go off on them because I get in my ego and I want to teach them a lesson.
Oh,
so I start running at the mouth.
Handcuffs, that's, all bets are off when the handcuffs go on. That's it.
Yeah, but it's not, because it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, nothing mattered until they got the summonses. That's when they all switched up their energy. That's when they started wanting to serve. That's when they gave all the property back. And first it was, we're not giving you nothing. You're not getting nothing. You're our slave. Then it was, hey, take this, take that. Why don't you take the bullets, take everything? Yeah, because you're getting sued now. So me telling him in the cell, get a suit for court, chubby, because you ain't going to see the last of me, right? You fucked with the wrong one today. That's all nice and good. He left and giggled and moved on with his day. It only became real to him when he got hit with that summons. You know what that means? It means I don't have to run my mouth no more. I smile and I go, go ahead, arrest me. I want to see you arrest me. Go ahead, let's do it, because I got 2-3 days of the box in me, and then I'm out again. And I'm gonna sue your bitch ass, and we're gonna play the ghetto lottery. I ain't gotta pop off from insecurity at you and tell you to get myself hyped up, because that's all that is. We're hyping ourselves up to try to rise to the occasion. Fuck well, you did this to me. Well, if you really got it like that, then you ain't got to talk about it. Just fucking make your next move. Just like I tell these people online. Why are we yelling and screaming and talking about it? It's on you. The move's on you. I said and did whatever I'm gonna do. There's nothing else to talk about. Just like they do. We arrested you. We put you in a box. You're going to go to court. They're going to do dismissals. Whatever. Hit me with the lawsuit. Just like the jerk off said it with COVID at the ice cream shot. He said, hit me with the lawsuit. I thought he said he was going to hit me because before on camera, he got in my face. And I had to back up out to the street because he was charging. He wasn't charging, but he was walking quickly toward me and getting bucked. So I backed out to the street. He finally said, why don't you hit us with a lawsuit? Teach everybody a lesson. And I said, you know what? He's right about that. When I reviewed the tape, I said, he's not wrong. Why am I even responding to him? Why am I even trying to tell him, be careful what you say and what you do? And back? Why am I not just suing everybody and putting everybody up on game and showing them that we do have a voice and we have power and we can use the system to uphold the law and exercise rights and stop these tyrannical motherfuckers from their overreach? We can do that. We should be doing that. If not, it's going to war, man. And I guess what? I'm able to do it, but I really don't want to shoot somebody and be shot at. And I'm going to make every opportunity I can to stay away from that.
Hey, what was a great bit was O'Shea sending people to that buffet out on the street.
See, that's all it's really about, man. You just want to fucking jack off here and laugh and giggle and be entertained. I mean, whatever, man. You know me. I love entertainment and comedy and playing little games and simulations as much as anybody. But, we got to get back at some point to who and what we are as men and on the ground and what we're doing and creating, man. If not, I don't think that this is going to be good for anybody. I could have everything in the world, have land, be growing, be exempt from all of it, never have to go to war, live happily ever after. And I still got to watch everyone around me submit to policy and code and act like a hoe. It doesn't really make me feel good.
Paul, so I'm not trying to do this as any kind of weird flex or anything, but I just donated to you. So hear me out for a minute, because like you just said.
Don't do that, Smith. I don't like that. I'm sending it back. You just talk and say what you got to say. I'm not a hoe. I'm not here for transactional interactions.
No one said that, but the oldest profession.
I'm sending it back.
I'm going to get back to the oldest profession in the book someday, because the profession comes from promise. It's a promise. But I'm going to get back to that some other day. But what I wanted to say, what were you just saying right before that? You made me lose my train of thought, and I wasn't trying to be a Debbie Downer. Fuck, bro.
Right, I'm not either. This is real simple, man.
What's all the opposition is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to control you. I don't want to take your rights and freedoms, Paul. I don't want
I know, but what you're not
rights and freedoms. I want us all to band together and go against our tyrannical government.
There's no banding together, bro. You got to stop right there. I'm not saying you want to take my rights and freedoms. I'm saying what you're not doing is, as an individual, the same with the freak. You're not standing for your own rights and freedoms and simply disobeying.
But I did. I never wore a mask the entire time, Paul, is what I'm saying. I'm saying,
okay, that's a start. Again, I'm just telling you what I... Just listen to me. I'm telling you what I believe. I might be shown to be wrong at the end of all this. I have to live on what's shown to me to be true. It starts with the mask. Okay, true enough. It starts with the vax. True enough. It goes over into taxation. It goes over into traveling. It goes over into your land and your property and your home ownership, status, title, and standing. It doesn't begin or end with the mask and the vax, bro.
Okay, and I'm
So
with
that's
you.
all I'm saying is I am a voice and an experiencer, and when I get this land, a practitioner of what I speak. I don't know where it's going to go, and it scares me, and I still have to move into it. Respect it and do it. If you don't do it, you still got to respect it because you know you should be doing it.
Because I do respect it. What I'm trying to say is that Paul wrote over 1/3 of the Bible. And what does Paul tell us? Romans 6:16, as you tell us that we are slaves. We are slaves to sin. We are slaves to sin. It's about your works. It's a coronation of 38 special. How many pilgrims were at the first Thanksgiving, Paul? It was 38 pilgrims, 38 of them. Because it's coronation of 38 special. It was 803 days from the 38 World Series until LeBron's 38 special game where he scored 388 points.
There's no denying that.
At 38 years old on the 38th day.
There's
no denying it, but you guys don't want to hear it. No one wants to hear it. They want to live in their confusion. They want to live in their Ouroboros loops. They want to live in their Toroboros. It's the Toroboros. He's burrowing down under Denver. It's the Denver. It's the den under Denver.
I need you to.
Or as the Mexican guy used to work with would say, Den bed.
That's you.
Let's go, DeFreak. What you want with me?
His claims.
What's my claims?
You said that Donald Trump is going to be like World War III is a detriment to the earth. I need you to tie all that stuff in that you just said to Donald Trump.
Donald Trump is an absolute piece of shit. He was born. Donald Trump was born under a red blood moon under Israel. He's a piece of shit. He's a deceiver. He's not here to save anybody.
It was good being.
You know who's here to save us?
Yeah, man, it was good to talk.
It was good for a while. Yeah,
journey here,
bro. It was.
Yeah, it was good for a while with the griff there. Fucking, go read your books and go jack off in your fucking school bus. You're a weirdo.
The grift was heavy tonight. The grift was so heavy tonight that I refunded the only contributor, which was you, and you tried to pay me to alter my perspective.
Oh, I'll repay you. Go fuck yourself because I'm real. I'm the realest person on YouTube, and that's why I get censored everywhere.
You're realer than me. I know that. I don't know if I could be this real.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said I'm the realest. I'm realest weed. What is real? It's Israel. Hey, Paul, are you listening?
I was just saying.
You want to hear?
Yes,
what is real?
I'm here.
So listen. Israel means to wrestle with God. Do we know that he's real? Do we know we've been created? Are we wrestling with the idea of God? No, we're not. We're wrestling with whether or not we want to obey him. We all know wrestling's fake. Anybody watched wrestling?
Now that I'll go with.
That shit's fake as hell.
Whatever you just did right there, I like that. I like
Kobe
what you just did right there.
Jacob, Genesis 32:22. Who did Jacob wrestle with? He wrestled with God. He wrestled with God because Kobe is Jacob. Translates the same is Israel. Jacob is Israel. Shut your fucking mouth, freak. Shut your fucking mouth. You offer nothing.
Right.
Respectfully.
Fuck you, DeFreak. Shut your mouth. Now.
I said it respectfully.
Right. Respectfully. Shut the fuck up. The idea you just put forth, I just said the other night.
How do people not hear this? If I went on panel and I started out and I'm like, fuck you guys, I'm the shit. I am shit. I'm not the shit. I am shit. I am a sinner. I'm a fucking piece of shit. Smith is a piece of shit. It's not about me. Oh, that's... Yeah, no, that's gay. Your views would triple if you'd embrace it. Your views would triple.
Okay, no, this is great.
Your views would triple if you embraced it.
You try to appeal
I'm
to
not
my
nothing. I'm shit. I'm a regular person.
He calls me a grifter. He then tries to.
Hey,
he tries to accelerate.
I just want. Hey, Paul. I just want to tell you,
to what he thinks my lustful side is.
If you refunded that, I'm going to redonate it because the truth will set
it. I did refund. Look at it. I refunded. I'm not taking it. You're not paying me to change what I'm doing. I just want to tell you, it's not happening. Quite frankly, you don't realize you just insulted me. I had someone offer me $100,000 and everything in between, and I still did not alter who I am, and they rejected that offer, took it back, and don't like me now. Okay, it's quite an insult to come into the world as somebody who's had way better offers than that to change themselves, to pad your insanity and try to sell my soul. And you thought $10 would do it, right? Like that's how much you think of me and respect me. You go, Paul's such a low life grifting, like you said, low life grifting piece of shit that if I give him $10, he's going to change how he deals with me and how he perceives reality. I'm not.
I need to talk this bit.
I dare someone right now to fucking donate me $1,000. I swear I'm not going to do the thing where I go, okay, fuck you. Well, depending on who it is. No, seriously, I'm not going to do the thing of fuck you. I'm going to keep it because I got you. That just destroys my credit. Is my credibility worth $1,000 long term? No, it's not. You could literally give me 10,000 Cash App right now and tell me to do something I normally wouldn't do. I'm just going to send it right back and go, thank you for the offer. I'll see you later. I'm not here for anything more than what's meant for me. And what comes to me that's meant for me is by me doing what I'm meant to do. There's nothing else in between in that process. When will you guys get that from me? From me, this guy, not everyone else on here.
Paul, can I just ask that Sean of Source next to me? I haven't seen him in a minute.
That's not him.
Oh, right on.
Smith, would you get
Do you know where you are right now?
Do you know where you are right now?
I know that Jack's an agent.
Who's not an agent on these?
No,
panels?
I just want to say, Jack, you're an agent. Meet me in person. That's why I've not met you.
What are you talking about?
What I just said.
Goes to his advice. Smith. He's always saying that he's inviting you and you never show up.
This is so great. Steve Cliff, another guy who's been here for weeks now with the same inferiority complex masquerading as superiority complex. Steve, who said that I was always right? I said I'd rather be right than president. I'm sure I make a mistake from time to time. What you folks won't do is point out exactly what this sentiment is derived in. And we already know because we've already got to the root of it. You just don't like how I present here. It's the way I present. It's not even what I'm saying. If I know it already, and I'm not willing to grift on you. Like he just said I am, I'm not. I'm not going to change who I am and be NPR voice to deliver the truth in a way where you could supposedly receive it. Because guess what? It still wouldn't change what you ultimately did with the truth. Let's be real about it. But then you could I could pretend and you could get to say that I wasn't such a bully. I wasn't so mean. I wasn't unkind. I wasn't this, that, and the third. It doesn't change the truth. So what are you talking about, Steve? Did I say I was always right? If I do, am I not somewhat sort of being like the God of all media where I'm infallible here? Like the Pope says he's infallible. You have no problem with the Pope and Biden and Trump and the rest of them whoopee saying they're infallible in their little holes. But when I play the game here, it's overly offensive somehow, some way. Is it because I'm really good at it and you can't find where I'm wrong, but you just want to make it clear to know what we know about everyone, that no one's ever completely right? My percentages are just better than most. Is that what's going on here?
I like what you do. And just to bring it back to Provo Kid, who's been supporting you lately, I get it. It's kind of an act. It's kind of a bit non-bit.
He's not supporting me. That's the thing. He's supporting the truth. And guess what? The truth doesn't need to be supported. So he's in alignment.
The truth is a lion. Set it free, it'll defend itself.
Right. But he's in alignment to some degree with the truth and what is. That's why he's getting better results. His channel went up 200 subscribers in a course of a month. He's now well received by myself. He now has a dualistic perspective to work from. He didn't self-limit himself. He got away from his...
If he does tarot, I'm not Provo's this fucking Satanist. I don't give a shit. I get it. It's all in fun. Have fun in life.
But it isn't. What is it about you guys where you have to do this or that? Like Talcott today, he goes, fun. I go, but you're doing it. I go, fun and content.
I'm not Talcott. Fuck Talcott. I'm doing Dylan Smith, and you're afraid of me and fucking boot me. I'll fucking come on your face, bitch.
Or schizophrenia. It's synchronicity or schizophrenia. That's the content. So when you pull the tarot cards and you read what they are and it applies to the person's life to some degree, it's synchronicity. When you want to tell me pulling cards or shuffling cards is inherently satanic, that's your schizophrenia. Either way, it's content. It's grist for the mill. It doesn't change what is. So guess what? God doesn't have these feelers, it seems like you all have, right? It's like a creator force. So it's part of creating this whole universe in our experience. And within the universe and experience is a dark side of the force and creation. And it's just as much, if not more, testing and challenging and revealing than the light side of the force. You could argue you need the dark side of the force first before you embody the light side of the force. This is why the Tao says go beyond good and evil in order to complete, something along those lines. It doesn't use the term complete, but I'm paraphrasing. You have to sometimes go beyond good and evil to achieve a state of understanding. So there's nothing inherently satanic or bad or evil or wrong about somebody saying God divines through people, places, and things, and reveals through people, places, and things. If I leave it up to the will of the creator and I shuffle these cards, will something come forth to reveal itself through the presence of the otherworldly force? If you're not trying to sit there and cast spells on people and do rituals and all the rest of it, how is it satanic or demonic? You're not trying to misuse a power. You're not even necessarily saying the power has to come through and that you're conjuring it. You're saying if it's God's will to be here in the room with us and give us a revelation and a message, it will do so through anyone or anything.
But he's doing the same thing if you think about it. With the Q-Mantria, it's the same thing. It's
right.
a numbers thing.
You're absolutely right. Thank you for pointing out what I eventually would. There's so much content, non-tent with these people. I never even get to half of it. Because I literally would have to stop the broadcast, analyze these people, write down 10 different things, and then talk for 20 minutes on each one. And I just don't, I'm into it, but not like that.
Right. You know, I need to ask Smith a couple questions if he's still back there.
Right. So the same book that says pharmakia and astrology, counting numbers, and now you're going to throw in, because the book may not even say that, your religion that then says tarot cards is satanic, pharmakia. Oh, okay. Well, then why is the numerology not? Isn't that Kabbalah based?
It's the same.
Of course it is. It's divination. And again, is all divination inherently bad, wrong, evil, satanic? Why? Because you believe that God works through everything here and can potentially give you an understanding or a revelation or a message, like it did with a burning bush on the way through wherever the fuck it was?
Wait a second. Provo is doing tarot cards?
Yeah, it's sort of a bit non-bit, and I'm kind of into it when I catch it. I've caught it a couple times. I even participated. He's doing a bit non-bit, and I appreciate it because there is some truth, you know, and synchronicity in these numbers and in these tarot cards and in the rest of it. It applies to all of us.
Hey, Paul, do you know the first 22 tarot cards are called trump cards? It's to be or not to be. 2-2 or not 2-2.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's a catch-22, if you know what I mean.
Again, you're using numerology, so no.
You don't. Okay.
Right. Next,
cool.
he'll say astrology is valid. Astrology,
no,
again.
I don't think astrology is valid. I don't think any of that's valid. I think it's all fake and gay pharmakia. And pharmakia is magic. It's also witchcraft. It's also medicine. Pharmakia. It's not medicine.
You also live in an alchemical, transcending, transferring, transmuting sense of self and universe.
Well, I wish you would mute the trans, but Jesus is the great physician, like I was trying to say. We should mute the trans, though. We should. We should mute them.
I just don't understand why.
Because it's about transgression, and aggression means walk, and trans.
This is why, like 80 of the 100 people here right now have to be Luciferian Masons, just getting a good laugh at me, trying to interact with the general public. And then at some point they're going to meet me and they're going to go.
That's in here denying everything that I say. That's not general public.
That would be you.
That's
someone
an agenda.
Who's not adept. Someone who's not capable of distancing themselves from their feelers and projections. Somebody's not capable of analyzing the universe objectively without personifying everything and everyone into your own distorted paradigmatic vision that is not accurate.
In layman's
That's
terms,
why
go
the
ahead.
Luciferian
in layman's
Masons love
terms.
to mock you and do rituals on you to prove you can't think for yourself and choose your own way. So you have to be
Are you
led.
talking about like mocking from the first day of the Nuremberg trial of indictments until Event 201, which planned the pandemic, was 27,028 days, and that's the zip code of Mocksville? Is that what you mean by mocking?
Yes.
That is what you mean. Like they're mocking God, like a mock turtleneck, and turtle translates to deceiver. They're mocking him.
Right, but
and
what you're not getting is that
turtle translates to
you're
deceiver.
not getting is that the mocking is not mocking. It's choice on your end when they lay it all out and you walk the path. That's you.
Smith.
That's you. You're doing that.
Smith.
It doesn't matter what they name it and call it. It's what you answer to.
Can I explain what the Masons
So they
do?
lay out the track and then you walk it and claim, look at them. They're so devilish. No, the mockery is you. That they laid down two choices and you walked their path and then claimed it was something else. That's the mockery of God, dumbass.
Smith.
They want
You know
to
that half of that stuff that you
Okay,
said-
no. Let me respond to that. Because the mockery, like I just said, the world went to shit after Kobe died, and Kobe translates to Tertus, which translates to deceiver. We're being deceived. Matthew 24:6. What is a sign of the end times? Hey, let's all talk at the exact same time because I'm sure the freak has a fucking Trump load swallowing decode that we'll all love. So gay. So gay.
That's you.
Sound like you dumb.
No, that was basically like playing Dylan Mulvaney. That was gay.
That's you.
Is it?
That's this whole panel every time I open it. And it's anything but me.
That's this whole panel every
I'm
time I've
even
been on
doing
here
that.
for the last 2
I
years.
even do that
Has
half the
no
time.
one brought up a
I'm so used to how you all are here that it rubbed off on me at some point. I start doing that half the time too. The other half is just gold. It's fire. It's just pure magic. They make intros and outros. It's fucking amazing. It's inspiring. It's like better than a rap video. And then there's just this. And I go, well, at least I have something going on for me in my life. Your thoughts? Anyone?
That is an amazing clip, man. I gotta ask Smith some questions. Like
Go ahead.
just one
Take
question. Smith,
Smith ran
are you
again.
saved?
Oh, he's
Smith,
back.
Are you saved? That's what I want to know, Smith. Are you
I
saved?
didn't hear the question. You asked it real quick one more time.
Are you saved?
Am I saved? Is a Christian who's saved, who still sins, saved?
Yes.
I would say no. Am I
How
still
do you know
sinning?
God?
Am I
How do you know
still
God,
sinning?
Smith?
No, I'm asking you, but you probably wouldn't know. Am I still sinning? Yes, I am.
Everyone's a sinner. There's only
Hey,
one
You're
that
supposed
Hey.
to save yourself.
Hey.
The Masons lead you away.
But do
The
I know
Masons
better?
lead you away from
Yeah, you know
healing
better,
yourself. And
that
they
doesn't. That's not the measurement of knowing God.
Let's show me my moves.
But I'm saying in my own opinion, we could do this. We could do this, and this is a distraction from actual reality. We could do this. Oh, yeah.
It sounds like a gorilla's after me now. Oh my God, it's a gorilla. He's chasing after me.
Well, that could be your illegitimate like brother or something.
Oh my God, there's 2 gorillas after me now.
What does he mean by gorilla there, Smith?
I can't hear what you're saying.
That's pretty much you guys on panel with me. That's pretty much you guys on panel with me when I decided to like start talking truth with a passionate. Oh my God, there's a gorilla after me. and you guys start like running in circles and doing weird dances and shit.
That's what
That's
I was
what's
saying when
happening.
I start speaking my numbers and people can't see
I
that
live
the
every day.
universe is run by energy, frequency, and vibration, which is all numbers. You have the New Jerusalem, the Solomon's Temple, the Ark of the
Mhm.
Covenant. It's all numbers. You have the Book of Numbers, the fourth book. It's all about numbers.
Dude, Christos got old.
Huh?
I said Christos got old.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but there's no Christos oil in our spine. There's a bunch of snake oil salesmen telling us that we were kings. It's not the Black Land. They've always
Mhm.
denied God. They've
Smith,
always
are you
denied him.
saved? Are you saved or not, Smith?
Huh?
Are you saved?
Am I saved?
Yes.
To be completely 100% honest with people on YouTube, no, I'm not. Do I know better? Yes, I do. Am I
Why aren't
living
you
better?
saved
No,
if
I'm
you
not.
believe in Jesus
Am I
Christ?
living better? No, I'm not. Learn from Smith. Don't be like Smith.
Smith,
That's a
if you
good
believe in
message.
Jesus Christ, why don't you think you're saved?
Because I believe in him, but it's works without faith is faith without works is dead. It's about your works. Steve Jobs died 3,080 days before the coronation virus. It's
Jesus did all
Coronation
the
of
work.
38 special. Revelation 38. I know, behold, I know thy works.
Okay, guys, let's do a helicopter sound.
Smith is like a Kurt Cobain to your medulla oblongata.
Oh my god.
That's a Kamala voter. Kamala voter.
Smith, can you do a helicopter sound or a tornado sound?
I can't do a helicopter, but I did have a good breakdown that from the biggest earthquake in American history, which took place in 1812, like we have the War of
Smith.
1812, where it was the Great Reset, until
Smith.
Big Mike Obama's birthday is 77,777 days. That's coming up. January 17th. Q, trust the plan. It's the 17th day. Does that make sense?
Who? Q.
Who? Q.
Okay,
Trust the plan.
guys,
The Q, the
we're going
Quran.
to dancing. Let's show me my moves.
Distract from anything I say.
Smith, the thing is, the fact that you don't know you're saved means that what you're doing is
I know what
divination.
I'm saying.
I mean,
Distract from it is what I'm saying. I'll body anybody.
Smith, the fact that you don't know that you're saved and you're doing this means that it's divination.
This should be the 67th book. This should be the 67th book. 6741.
I just gave you clear proof of your nose not salvation, and you're just dismissing it like nothing.
It's more than obvious.
I think I'm finally over
No,
the
we're
edge.
in the eye of the
I'm
storm.
finally over the edge for a
Imagine
lifetime.
being that guy's neighbor.
It's equal to being my neighbor at this point. That's why I have to get out acres in the middle of nowhere doing this broadcast with the rest of you. Imagine being Smith's neighbor.
So they call America the whore of Babylon, and abroad is a whore. And what's the most American plays are at is on Broad Street.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about broadcasting.
Right.
Yeah.
All about
I know
grifting.
it's not as fun, but I had a good point for it. I'll dip out, bro. I'm not a hater at anybody.
No,
if people
hang
want
out,
to censor
man.
my shit, fucking go at
I'm
me
not
toe to toe.
censoring, bro.
You want to censor my shit? Let's go toe to toe.
I'm not
Regardless,
censoring, bro.
Otherwise, take care, y'all.
No,
But if
just
you
hang
want to
out.
censor
I'm
me, it
not
looks
censoring.
weird.
Okay,
I just
guys,
want to be
we're
able
gonna
to
do a
play these
super
types of things in
tornado
between.
siren.
Are you cool with that? Can we
I'm
just
cool
have
with
some of
that.
this?
I'm cool. Hey,
now
I'm
you
cool with
go.
that, Paul. You want to give me 30 seconds before I dip?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we had the Thanksgiving last year because we should be giving thanks to the Most High. That's not me. I'm pretty high, but I'm not the Most High. Obama thinks he's
Not
the
yet.
Most High. He's
Another
from
couple
Hawaii.
shots.
He's from Hawaii. That's abbreviated HI, like the Most High. And you have you have Wilt Chamberlain, who is not from Hawaii, but he's born 8/21. It's the same day as Hawaii is founded. It's HI. It's 8/9. The Queen died on 8/9. She died on 8/9/22. It's an HIV. She died 8/9/22 or HIV. It's an HIV-E hive mind. Freddie Mercury of Queen
Smith.
died of HIV. He didn't die of AIDS. He died of HIV. Magic Johnson went to the Magic Kingdom. He had a magic disease. I know.
Hold on, we got
I know.
great
I'm a little
guest
bit
right
faded.
now.
I'm a little bit faded, but you know what my goal is not out here to do to anybody, as I've not shown tonight? I'm not out here to divide us. I'm not out
Right.
here to divide us.
No,
People
you're
come
gonna
into your
love
life
this.
for 4 reasons. They want to
Man.
add, subtract, multiply, or
God damn
divide.
it, Smith.
I'm not about to
Smith.
divide, but it's all about
He
Cleveland.
is
And
constantly in his feelers. You don't hear him? He gets going on his fucking rants. It's this feminine bitch energy coming out of him. Strong.
Paul, you're a punk, bitch. I'll punk Jack
Smith.
in his face live stream. Fuck Jack.
Smith.
Fuck Jack. I'll punch you
Wait
in
a
your
second.
face on live stream.
I'm going
You're
to
a punk.
appreciate it. And if it continues, you will not be welcome here.
Why don't
I
you
don't
leave
give a
with that?
shit, you bald fucking faggot, fucking fake government psyop bitch.
Want your
Hey,
answer?
God,
freedom.
Smith.
God damn it, Paul.
Dangerous freedom. Go smoke some more meth, faggot. You're a meth head. You're a
Hey,
fucking crack.
dumbass.
And that's why my shit is not accepted on panel,
Smith.
because I'm not of this panel verse.
That's you.
Smith.
Fuck all the bullshit. If you don't get it, find me. Find me on panel.
dumbass.
I'll explain.
dumbass.
Jack's a fake faggot.
Smith. Wait a second.
Hold on, we got a special guest. Queen Stephanie. How are you, Queen Stephanie?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
Is that your blankie? Is that the blankie robe that we've seen so many times?
Excuse me, peasants. Pissants.
Right.
In this realm, I am the ruler of this realm, this hell realm, and all of you are pissants. You're fat lard. You understand that, Polly? You're a
Right.
peasant.
I mean, that's kind of true. Kind of true in a way.
Anyways,
I think Steve was right for once.
Wait a second. Is that those are the eyes of an empowered man right there. I noticed that you've been up all night, sleeping all day, and you have the telltale black circles around the eyes.
I don't know
there.
what you're speaking of, peasants and pissants.
Well, it's signifying it's kind of a different sort of state of consciousness, I think, like more evolved and enlightened. Yeah, the dark circled eyes. Something I've seen. They all have that. All the truth or hell roamers have that. It's like a mark of Cain or Abel. Keep the
What's up, Vanity?
slaves away from you.
You see this, Polly?
Yeah. What is that actually?
These are the grapes of prosperous men. Giant grapes. Some may call them tomatoes, but not
Now
me.
you're independently wealthy, aren't you?
Yes. I found this meteor when I was about 13. And that's part of my wealth.
Right.
Also, this rock in my grandparents' backyard.
So you've never actually done anything or created anything.
I've created my fortune through this hell realm, because I
Right.
don't want to be here.
What
have
about
you
your
done,
finger
Paul?
paintings? Is there any, like, I noticed you do some finger paintings of animals and birds and stuff. You kind of sell those. How's that working out? Is that working out?
Well, that's why I'm rich. That's why I'm
Right.
here, Polly. To teach you pissants that this realm is full of hell. It's a hell realm.
Right.
Wow.
There's really nothing
Ethan
here
Cobb,
for us.
Yeah, Yeah, like why try even? Just kind of just like, worry about being wealthy if you can. Most people aren't going to have that.
Peasant,
Steve.
bring me more food, peasants. Sorry. I have
No,
slaves.
yeah, I understand.
many
Wealthy
slaves.
kind of, yeah, you have wealthy people's problems.
Steven, where are you leading these people out of? And where are you leading them to?
Unfortunately, here in this realm, there's nowhere to be led. There's no purpose. And they don't even see it.
Wow.
I have all the wealth in the world, and these peasants want it. I don't need it.
Right, so
Hey,
why
Steven.
should we listen to you then if you're saying there's no purpose
I think
here?
I learned that on We Are Awake TV from Ian. He taught me that.
Yeah.
Who is that peasant? Truth or cop? Who are you? All cops work for me. Everyone knows this.
Dude, that is so delayed, dude. I'm sorry.
Quiet. That's right, slaves. Quiet, slave. You too, DeFreak. You are nothing. You are not a Neo. There is no Neo. There is no one. There is no God. There is nothing.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like these fucking pissant slaves can't even see it. Like they're so dumb. They listen to like Paul Unslaved and other folks say like actualize, realize, change yourself, maybe change the world. You really can't change anything here. The hell,
I know.
Yeah, I just kind of give it up.
I only have 14,000 acres, and it's just a minimal. Everything else is in this USP. Rest of this world, all my wealth right here.
Steve,
Well, I mean,
right now-
technically, Queen Stephen, you don't actually own it. You just live in the forest in some kind of shack, and then come on with a blanket on you, and you say you own it. I mean, you don't actually own it. That's the confusion, I think. It's kind of like Jack
Steven.
Talcott. You think you're
Hey, Steven.
wealthy, but actually you just live in the forest.
Peasants!
And have a
Hey, Steven.
disgusting
Back
When's
blanket.
the last time you gave
Back
to
gorilla
anybody?
slave.
Steven.
Stand up when I say stand. Will you stand
Steven.
now?
Hey, Steven, when was the last time you gave something
Address
to
me as
anyone?
King Stephen. Thank you.
Yeah, not. Go ahead. You know how it is between you and me.
Do you see my
Vanity.
eyes? Is this
You know
an
how it is
eye?
between you and me, Vanity.
This is the eyes.
You're
of
leading these
fortune.
people into hell.
You know, you're very attractive. The women in the chat are all of a sudden just kind of, they're all like fired up. They're like, man, who is that guy? He's so attractive. He's got such nice eyes and pretty much everything else. You get that a lot? You find that women are oftentimes attracted to you?
In this realm, tis but. See that? That's what it. That's the sound.
What was
of,
that?
That's the sound of feel good. And that's what I have.
Yeah.
I pleasure myself with all the compliments of all ladies and men in this realm that do seek my guidance, and that's why I'm
Hey,
here,
Steven.
Paulie.
Hey, King Steven, how do you feel about black people?
I just want to say real quick, did Pfizer take the Illuminati initiation and get
Smith,
the double
shut your
black
mouth.
eye?
You didn't click the link when I dropped it the other day. You don't have a
Shut
right
your
to
mouth,
speak until we finish
609.
with Queen Stephen, dude.
Yeah, fuck Queen Stephen and everything you promote, but no shade to you. What I was saying is Pfizer has two black eyes. Did he get double diddy bang bucked or whatever?
Double diddy donkey dicked.
Silence!
Queen Stephen, I want your honorable opinion. Are you more of an advocate? Like, do you get more of your talking points from We Are Awake TV, Ian, or Jack Talcott? Who are you a bigger fan of?
Thought I'd give you a shout out. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. It's beautiful here, beautiful view. Shout out to my loyal subscribers on YouTube. They say that I'm fake. They say that I'm evil. They say all sorts of things about me. They say that I'm poor. It's false. They say that my eyes are black. They're green.
He's not
They're
fake. He's
green.
just gay.
They're naturally green. Thanks for watching, everyone. I will see you again soon. Take care.
Yeah,
That's
you're
one of
right,
your
Vanity.
videos right there,
You're
right?
right, Vanity. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Vanity. It's all right.
that is. I'm not poor. I'm not fake.
Yeah, your eyes are totally not black either. I don't know what the fuck anyone's talking about. It's the weirdest thing ever.
Where do you think I have this crown
Bingo.
from? Peasants. Paul, will you stand up, please?
No, I can't stand up. I'm not as fit as you. You're in great shape, man. I'm not. Like, look at
Well,
this even here.
When you have to
This is
carry
you.
around this robe all
Wake
the
up
time.
your spirit. Don't just wake up your body.
Hold on, there's a
You
whole.
got a lot of
I
waking
saw
up.
one of your videos, man.
If
It
you're
was
new
great.
on my channel.
You even like showed your body and stuff.
Very simple.
Like music and shit. The whole
You're
thing.
weaklings.
Hey,
That's
Vanity,
weak.
if you,
Talcott is skinny
Vanity,
fat.
if you wouldn't stand
Hank is
up,
short
then
and
you'd be
Shut up,
sitting
you
down, right?
weakling.
Man child.
Queen
He's about
Stevens here.
5'2". All right. He's tiny. He's a very tiny man child. He's a munchkin essentially. He's just a tiny. He's a tiny little munchkin. He's just a wee little thing, a wee little boy. Just a
What's
wee
he
little
talking
boy.
about?
That's what he is. Wee little boy. He's not Viking strong. He's not Viking strong, okay? He's not Viking strong.
That's
You
hilarious.
know it's true.
That's you. Final
Vanity.
thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. This is degraded once again into complete chaos and insanity.
Vanity. When's the last time you gave to anyone, man?
You muted me for the freak. It's all good.
All right, John Wayne, I'm throwing you the fuck out because that's what you want. You know, you're constantly playing games down there and insulting me and all the rest of it. So I'll help you out. You don't have to be here anymore and witness my gayness and all the rest of it.
I just want to throw this out there. I don't even know who John Wayne is. Maybe a sock account.
How do you know
That's
Jack
a good
Talcott's
job
an
in
agent?
the what's it called? Whatever. Anyways, what the fuck am I saying?
Excuse me, gentlemen. Thank you for your time, but you're all pissants. I have to go count my money now.
Thank you.
All
Thank
my
you for
women that
gracing
are
us.
waiting for me in line, but thank you so much for your time. Paul, you're a pissant.
I know.
And I'm trying to help you, but good day, sir.
I know you are. I've just, some people are great and they're like meant for greatness, and then the rest of us just kind of, we occupy the space beneath you. But thank you for being here, making an appearance. You're very loved and respected and feared.
Good time for Smith to leave next. About being great, make America great again, the Great American Eclipse, Babylon the Great.
Smith, no one
Mega is,
why didn't you click the fucking link the other day when you asked me to drop it and I drop it and you didn't even fucking click it, dude? What the fuck?
I don't know what happened with that, but when you're trying to do some other stuff, it's all good. It's all good. I do what Smith does, and I'm not against anybody. If you're not in the government, I'm not necessarily against you. If you want to censor me every time I go on a panel, anybody else, then I might feel some type of way. I'm not a hater
Smith,
to
what are we
anybody.
supposed to do, Smith? What are we supposed to do?
Hey, have I gone out of my way to hate on you? No, I haven't. Or Truth or Cop or anybody else.
No, you haven't
I did
gotten out
throw
of your
some
own
shade-
way at all.
I threw some shade at Paul
Not
earlier
at
because he
all.
kept throwing me backstage. Am I still doing that? No, I'm not. It's all good. I've matured. I've grown.
No,
It's
he's
about
asking you
being
for
mature.
solutions
It's-
to the reality as
Paul.
if I haven't given it to him and everyone else 1,000 times
But Paul,
based on
like
historical
I'm trying to
context.
give to people, it's not about the milk of the
Hello.
gospel. It's not about the love
Maybe he doesn't even have
God,
one.
seriously, I come here every day. I'm sick of the fucking disrespect. We can
Smith.
end wars and courtroom secrets and stand
Smith.
on what's true and what's right, and you're not doing it.
Smith,
You guys just
if you
wanna
don't have
come here-
solutions, then it's just divination.
Freak,
So
if
throw-
you're going to interrupt me and
Throw me
disrespect me,
backstage.
Smith, you too. If you guys are going to interrupt me and disrespect me and try to be entertained, as dumb as you are and boring as you are, you can take your happy asses somewhere else.
That's gay when you do that. I was trying to talk. I wasn't hating on you. It looks
You wonder
gay
why
and fake and weak.
Talcott's sick of
It
all
looks
you.
gay and fake and weak, Paul. That's what it does.
You wonder
If
why
I'm hating on
Talcott's
you,
sick of everyone.
if I'm hating on you, I get it. I get it. It's like, who's
you guys
this
are the
fucking
same
hater?
people who interfere with Jack Talcott's success. And I'm sick of it.
Fuck Jack Talcott. He's not successful. He's a grifter. He's a
Dude,
grifter.
you're doing it to me and you're doing it to him. I'm
Am
starting
I?
to relate more to him
Am I?
as time goes on. Yeah.
Am I?
I'm starting to
really,
feel like
but-
Jack is the same
Yeah,
as
kind of
me. And
agree.
that
I'm
we're
I'm
meant
starting to
work
feel
together.
like Smith pointing out Obama as a degenerate gay is
that's
the
probably
pride
true.
before the fall. I need to censor
Sure.
that stuff because Smith's putting out too much truth. Take care, y'all.
Smith.
Smith, how about you fucking click the link when you asked me to drop it, you little bitch? Jesus.
The sickness here is just, it's beyond tangible and palpable. It's,
Okay, I
Jennifer
believe you,
told me
Smith.
as
What am
well,
I
like-
supposed to do now? I believe you, Smith. I believe you. What are we supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
wonder why you wonder why Wizard too. Like I was thinking, I go, I'm pretty sure I had lung cancer and I still have it, but it's getting better. And because I had bumps starting to show up other places, like tumors. And I'm using this machine and all the rest of it, but I'm like, you wonder why everyone that comes on here at some point, if they weren't already, because my family all got it. It's like I speed up the process because this panel verse is just so sick and twisted.
No one's disrespecting you, Paul.
I don't take it personal like Slack cop. You guys disrespect
run on
yourselves and the truth regularly. It's just what you do. It's not personal to me.
All right, then it's all right.
Contrary to
Sometimes you
popular
ramble
belief,
on.
I'm less egotistical than Jack Talcott by far.
Definitely.
So
but
I don't
that's
take it
because you're
personal.
bullying
And sometimes it frustrates me and annoys me. And I go, if anything, I get annoyed at me. I go, why do I even open these panels? Sometimes it's okay, it's cool. Most of the time, it's like it just goes nowhere, and then I have to like make it into something, and we have fun, I guess, in everyone's
No, that's
insanity.
true. I get it now.
But yeah, I mean, like, what is everyone else's experience? That's why the numbers are low tonight. No one's even here. We're pretty much
I
almost
actually
like a
try to
little
offer
Tommy
solutions.
Solutions.
Well, according to Smith, if you just listen to him, your numbers would be up in it by now. Yeah.
Yeah, because everyone here is insane. And, I guess I just have to remember that. Like, I'm going to continue my life and do certain things and try to do good broadcast. And most people who come here are going to be like losing and failing and being insane and trying to say that it's great.
Smith, I got bad news for you, man. The fact that you don't know that you're saved and you're spewing the divination and you have no solutions is not good for a position to be in.
What's your solution to freaks so that we need to fucking cuck to Trump, Big Daddy Trump, Big Daddy government, the father of the vaccine?
Travis, that wasn't even. Let me answer this, Travis. He made that out to be the biggest issue. I just asked Wizard if I could try it, which was silly of me because I knew how to get my own anyway. The point is, he made it out like that was the issue I had with him. He's entitled to not give me his stuff. I try not to be like my father and others in the sense of if I put it out to this audience and they give him something and he gets something, that doesn't entitle me to be able to use it whenever I want. Even if I give somebody something, if I give someone something, it doesn't mean I can use it whenever I want. It's theirs at that point. Right. So it wasn't about that. It's about the other shit, not being accountable, lying to everybody, insulting the intelligence of everybody, including this audience, using and grifting on this audience, then turning around, insulting the audience and saying you didn't need them. Bitch ass motherfucker, if you didn't need them, why didn't you just pay for your shit and leave it at that?
Hey, Paul.
Why would you even say that?
Paul.
Yeah.
You know what the greatest gift is? Giving.
You're going to tell me.
No, I in my opinion, it's giving.
Bro, you act like I have hate for these people. I call them out the way I do, and I speak with authority. Just below the surface is a willingness that I audibly speak to resolve and reconcile. They don't want it. They're not going to do it.
And that's fine.
I forgive them. I forgive them because they know not what they do. But I'm going to stop calling out and talking about it when we have the experience here and it relates to everybody. Because guess what? People are either changing or they're not.
And they are. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I'm not.
Wizard ultimately has to live with the consequences of his choices. I just get to experience it.
And Jordan's last game was for the Wizards. It's all fake and gay Disney magic. It's Aleister Crowley.
How come it's not the NHL, Smith?
How come it's not the NHL? Because their first game was September 26th, 38 weeks, 3 days into the year. 38-3. It's a coronation of 38 special.
Is Aleister Crowley the reason you couldn't click the link after you asked me to drop it 2 days ago?
No, because I asked you to drop the link, and what I don't try to do is take over anybody's panel, whether it's Paul or anybody else. I have been on here for the last 3 hours.
That's
Have
what
I
you
been
don't
consistent
do.
nonstop? No, I haven't. I've dropped out
That's what
multiple
you don't
times.
do.
I don't give a shit. It's not about Smith. What I want people to know is Smith is a real person. He's a fucking sinner. I'm not above anybody. I'm just a regular person. I want to.
Okay, Smith. All right, Smith.
Dangerous Freedom. Here, get up here. Cam up, Dangerous Freedom. Let's test Smith and Dangerous Freedom. Like I've asked.
All right.
You
Do the
fucking
one-on-one
punk
thing.
bitches. Let's have Dangerous Freedom, faggot. Let's
There
do
you go.
this.
There's
Right
the
here.
there's the
Right
fame,
here,
humility,
dangerous fucking
humbleness, and
faggot.
there's the false strength presentment, all in one moment.
Exactly, because he won't. There's no false fucking strength presentment as he's stroking his fucking Oscar Mayer there. That's fucking some weird shit. That's some weird pedophile shit he's got going on. Weird. Queerdo. That's a queer and a weirdo. A queerdo. I made that up. Queerdo. Pedophile optics. Queerdo. Dangerous freedom. No, freedom's not dangerous. It's not. What's dangerous is giving all your freedom away.
Somebody could take him and just grab him. He wouldn't be able to break free.
Yeah.
He'd be trapped.
Giving your freedom away
clutches
is dangerous.
of someone with
Freedom's
strong
not
hands.
dangerous. Being a fucking
And
slave to
magically,
the system is
he's going to
dangerous.
be
A
trapped
slave to
in
sin
the clutches
is
of his
dangerous.
helmet and sealed in.
Because
These
as
demons that
Romans
deny the truth
Romans
and
6:16,
attack
if
me
he wants to let
relentlessly,
Queen Stephen talk over me,
talk about me
Romans
all over me,
6:16, Paul
and try to
tells
shut
us
my
that we are
channel
slaves
down
to
and try to
sin.
silence
We are
me.
slaves to
They
sin, aren't
smear
we, Paul?
campaign me. They do everything
Paul, you
they
probably
can
got to know about Romans
to stop
6:16 because your name is
try to
Paul,
get people
and you talk about how we're
stop
slaves. Tell
looking
us
into the
about it,
truth.
Paul. That's what I thought. Distract,
And I'm bringing
divide,
you real
conquer, divide and
observable
conquer.
Smith, you said that
real
you have
observable
to enter into heaven by your works.
Check it out.
All right,
You
but
can go.
what your
I'm not
your
answering
works.
until he
Quran
takes
myself. Go
Queen
look at the
Stephen
Quran.
off,
Go
who Jeeps
out
has
there and look at
fucking
No one
the
can
Quran.
even hear him. He's talking.
Jeeps
He
is
talks like a
rubbing
girl.
shoulders with
Is this
lately.
not
Queen Stephen and
Smith.
and
All
fucking
right, fine,
Paul.
Smith. I took him off.
Fuck Stephen.
Right. I agree.
In his hell realm, he thinks it's hell because Satan's gay. He's gating, and Stephen wants it in the ass. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Hey, truther cop, eat a dick, dude. Respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully,
Right.
click the fucking link when you ask me to drop it, you little bitch. You can't. You talk about these numbers and what they mean. You can't even like follow through on your own and ask.
I'll tell you what they mean. It's meaningless. 38 times that word hevel is used in the Bible. Distract, Paul. This is going to be your best segment in weeks. Hey, let's go through Paul's old streams. That day that I had the battle with that fucking small act guy, Timmy. That was one of your most popular streams of all time, Paul.
I know.
Look at it. Me and Timmy having a stream about 3 months ago
Do you know how
was one of
many
your most
folks
popular.
here, including my father, while they say I'm an egotistical, narcissistic one, how many people here are responsible for everything that I am and what I've done?
Your dad's awesome.
It's you, it's my father, it's Jack,
Hey,
it's
Paul.
so
your
many
dad's
people
awesome.
have made me who and what I am. Without you guys, where would I be, right?
You know
I really
who
wouldn't
made
have
you?
much content if I
Paul,
couldn't talk
you know
about
who
your
made
insanity
you?
constantly.
You know who made you? Yourself and God. God knows
Right.
the beginning from the end from the beginning, but he does not determine it. He does not choose it for people. People
And
have
why
free
is
will.
this guy like? I know I
thought
call
you were a
myself
Calvinist.
fat, and I kind of am, but I don't even eat that much. I say that, but like I'm eating pistachios, and I eat maybe twice a day. And I actually ate once today, and this is like my meal, pistachios, and it's late.
I didn't go there. No, I'm not. I
No,
don't care
not
what
you.
people's- I don't
Someone
care
in
what people's
chat
body
who's
image
saying
is.
that I made Jack lose his family. See, that's what I mean. Like Jack made me, and then what did I do? I turned around and stole his family.
All I know is
that's
Jack
the
is from
scumbag
the
I am.
birthplace of Father's Day, and he's not a father. I called him after my sister-in-law died, and I went on stream with him that night.
One second.
And June 20th of this year, I lost my job. I lost
can
my
you come on
sister,
camera real
and he
quick?
booted me from panel and told me I'm a piece of shit or whatever he said.
Can you come
It's all
on
good.
panel?
Wait a second.
Can you come on camera real quick?
Yeah.
We'll get a clear shot of you. I want just your face.
This is Smith.
Smith, you
Just get your face, Smith. I just want your face on camera.
We already did. We already did.
All right,
I've
someone
not,
try
I've
to
not
get
made
his,
any lucid videos or whatever.
Someone try to get his face and make some names. We're gonna go back to what I used to do, like just for my fun, like entertain me, humor me. Someone make some names, and one of the names, right? Like I want it to be something about how I ruined Smith's life, and then his picture.
Paul,
and then
let
like
me
him and
humor you.
ruin like haunted house, like ruin life.
Let me
like they do.
humor you that I say that it's Matthew 13, the parable of the sower. It's Taylor, like
I
Matthew
remember
13.
that. I remember that
listening?
experience. Not really. That guy just made me remember that experience when I had everyone who was willing, you know, because I tried to force people by timing them out, but that probably wasn't the nicest thing to do. But I'm allowed to do that.
Give me 30
And
seconds.
a lot
Paul.
of people changed their names and they like made
I'll
names
drop
like
off your panel.
Paul
I
Unslaved
won't come
did
back for a week.
9/11. Paul Unslaved sunk the Titanic. Paul
No, I
Unslaved
won't
fucked
come
my
back for a
mom.
week. Give me 30 seconds and I'll explain it to you.
Abraham Lincoln as well.
Oh, that was
Those
so
are pretty
great.
cool.
It said Paul Unslaved, like did something to black people, enslaved black people.
I don't know, but we are all slaves to sin. Paul
wish
in
I
the
had
Bible
tools.
tells us that we are slaves to sin. And your name is Paul, and your name is Paul Unslaved. And Paul tells us in Romans 6:16 that we are slaves to sin. We need to not be slaves to sin because it's about your works, and your works is what you do.
Then what the
It's
hell
your
did Jesus
sin.
Christ
It's about
do it for?
iniquity. The
Smith,
freak, I'm sure you got something more interesting. Go ahead.
then what the hell did Jesus do the cross for nothing then?
Well, he took up, we need to deny ourselves and take up RX daily. And RX is a prescription. It's our X. What year is it? Is the X? Is it 24? Is it 24?
Oh, what's this guy's deal with me?
Yeah.
This guy used to be cool with me. Like he made this name because I asked him to. Why is he? I can't smack while I'm an hour and a half over my time frame. We shouldn't
not
even
done
be
yet.
here right now. This is not even real, man.
I
I can't eat and smack like Tarek for once. I never eat on here. Really?
Smack is dope because it's
Come on,
about
man.
that dope, yo. That shit
Come on.
is dope.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen, guy. I don't work for you. I'm going full Biden on this. Listen, pal, I don't work for you. All right? I do whatever I want.
Yeah,
If I
and
wanna
that's
eat-
the fact, Jack.
What do you call him? Hey, listen, fat. He called
Hey,
him
so
fat
you know that
something.
Biden means to delay something, and that Harr, H-A-R-R, is a door because the year was
Oh,
5784 last year, Paul. And I'm going to drop out in 20
shit.
seconds. So shut your fucking mouth.
No,
to freak.
hang
I'm going
out,
to jump
bro.
out.
Hang out.
20
Hang out.
seconds.
Don't be like that. Hang out. Just hang
I'm
out.
not trying to be rude. I'm just
You
saying
don't
the
leave.
Harr
What
is a
percentage
door.
your device at 2 or 3%?
It's a
Smith?
door. So be quiet. Just listen. Harr is a door in the Strong's Concordance. It's a door. It's an open door. Revelation 3:8 that no man can shut because Matthew 3:8, Luke. All right. Peace out.
Hold on, man. I was going to the clip. I wasn't. Oh, you were kind of done. Oh, you're almost done.
Guess what? You're not allowed to own anyway. I'm not taking that gun away at all.
Yeah, you were right, Smith. I shouldn't even have went to that because it wasn't even where I wanted it to be. At some point in there, Biden tells the guy, "I don't work for you," when we thought that's all that was going on. Apparently, everyone was wrong. Totally, because I don't work for you.
Godzilla ain't got nothing on me.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the Joe Biden of broadcasting. You know, I mean, if you ask Mitchell and Snafu, I apparently want your children. I might sniff Jennifer's daughter. She's of age, so it's legal. But, yeah, pretty much. I don't really know where I am. You know,
Smith.
might be on. What's that now? I might shake hands with some inanimate object.
Smith,
They say I want
it
your
doesn't matter
children.
how we get there. We're already there. He said it is finished. You don't have to worry about, like the book, like so much.
Yeah, I mean, I come out. I don't know why I'm here. Oftentimes, I don't know where I am. Especially after a couple hours of this, whatever they say, I don't know where I am. You know, I maybe sniff a couple people. I talk. Then I go to the left. That's it. Smith, don't expect much from me, man. I'm the Joe Biden of broadcasting. Well, someone tell Bojack Paul still need what? Oh,
You're not fucking Biden, dude. You're Donald Trump.
Bo Jiden.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a Bo Biden?
You're Donald Trump.
Yeah, there is. There's a Bo Biden in there.
That's his brother or his son. Maybe it is his brother's name too. I'm not sure. He's got a brother.
Any word from Jackson Divine? He ain't come back. The lefty guy.
Yeah,
out
I
there.
know, man. I knew it. I even told him, I go, bro, you're not gonna come back. You're just like all the hoes in my life. You know, you say you love me, you say you like what we're doing, you say you're gonna come back, and then once I let you leave, like Benjamin, you know, that's why Benjamin allegedly duct taped that woman and tried to keep her, you know, stationary. Because you're all the same. Once I let you leave, you don't come back. You don't really love me. I should have duct taped Teddy Ruxpin. You know, did the alleged Benjamin treatment on him so he could stick around. People really like that Teddy Ruxpin.
I don't know how these guys expect to insult Jack Talcott all day, and then when they call him for help, that they call him a Fed or whatever. Come on, Tommy did the same thing, Smith.
Are you doing a bit again, or it's really? I can never tell. You're so inane and inept.
Having a
Like
ghost discussion with Smith.
you try to be ironic, it doesn't translate because you're incompetent and capable. It's like I go, oh, is he finally being honest? Like, or you? Because like you think people are calling Jack Talcott for help? They're ignoring his calls.
He just
They
said
can't help him.
He said someone in his family died, and that means he reached out to Jack, and Jack didn't help him. That's what that means.
Okay, it's a bit non-bit, right? Right, because Jack has some great perspective on life that he didn't get from someone else's experience. Truth or cop, your thoughts? We gotta wrap up.
You think that Jack doesn't have experience? He's been sitting in front of that fireplace for 3 years now, dude. He's got all kinds of experience sitting on his ass in front of the fireplace.
Jack literally said, and I quote, and he said this seriously, like as if it would be a credible statement. I consider myself kind of like a Bernie Sanders of when it comes to solutions. I go, Jack, you're unironically comparing yourself to Bernie Sanders, who's just mocked even in the political sphere as someone who's never been successful, has no results, can't even get a suit to fit right, and basically just gets up there to bullshit this power base of morons so he can make more money and and get some false power.
You see Jack's in the chat.
Of course, he's always watching and listening, and then half the time he's available to do his nonsense. Half the time he's pretending he's not there. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know. It's dangerous times out here. We had Queen Stephen on here.
Just so you guys know, there's no point in ever playing power games with me because I'm so narcissistic and egotistical, like you say, and I'm usually right, that I presume that I'm so empowered and inspiring and entertaining that you're always watching. You know? So like you pretending not to be there doesn't work because I just presume you're watching. And when you pop up in chat, it's just like you just proved that I was correct. It doesn't change the reality, you know. Jack was
I think Jack's right. I think Jack's right, and I think that I learned from that guy Jackson is that basically
Teddy Ruxpin, man.
You know,
no one knows who Jackson is.
Basically, you've got to talk over you, and you got to maybe insult you once in a while, and then maybe you get respect because that guy.
This is so great. Look, everything Jack says, if you just apply it to him, it's more true than it is about what he says about the person he's talking about.
Jack,
he's a bitter man he's a bitter man who thinks he knows it all. People enable his ego. That's you. Like, if that's me, okay, but it's definitely you. You're one of the most bitter, disconnected, disenchanted, disenfranchised old slaves I've seen on here. Only second to maybe Wizard, who has 15 people after 10 years who show up on his broadcast. One of them being One Speed. You know, has not $1 to his name, doesn't ever plan on getting any, you know, doesn't turn any down though, because he's entitled to it. Can't care for himself, has no respect from his women and children. You know the rap, right?
Yeah,
so it's
but,
like, you know, that's you, Jack. You know, I hate to have to, actually, I don't hate to, because it's actually quite entertaining and fascinating.
Maybe, you know, a little bit, yeah. But, you know, if you judge someone like without knowing any information, that's where I think that that's when I stop. Like, you know, that's where it pisses me off about you sometimes.
Listen, man, if I got a
And then you
development deal
ramble
with somebody
forever.
and they said to me, hey, we're going to do an hour a day on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith with a co-host and a format, I might entertain doing it. And you'd never hear about Jack Talcott again over there. Right. But
You
like,
are the Donald Trump destiny of broadcasting.
well, you could say that, you know, I mean, again, it's not about me as an individual. It's about the alignment with the archetypal understanding, which we're all capable of, you know? So Donnie Trump is just the lowest level, poorest example of an archetypal symbolism that he's not living the truth of, you know? So the same way, like end wars and legal secrets. The only way to end wars and legal secrets is to resolve and reconcile the inner war. And the inner war is between freedom and love, you could say. I guess there's two dynamics you could put forth to generalize it.
You know, but
Right.
Jack has a bigger vision. Like he sees things from a higher perspective that you refuse to do.
Yeah, I know he
So
says that. I know he says that, but that's not the reality of it.
But that's what he's talking about. So how is that not what like he's thinking about?
Again, the presumption is that I'm not highly intelligent and that I can't think objectively and see objectively and macro and micro connection. It's ridiculous. These are the same people who came in my life and for the first 3 months said nothing but you're a genius. We're fascinated by your mind. We noticed that the majority of what you do is not like parroted from someone else. They even started taking my words and my lingos and my phrases and co-opting them and using them, you know? So
I wouldn't label you like that. Just so you know, like I wouldn't label you as that because I don't believe that.
Right. The
You're
point is,
definitely
I'm not walking around saying all that and doing that. I'm just being me and doing what I do. And I'm interested in what I'm interested in. And other people get to decide how good or whatever I am individually and collectively. It's a subjective decision, like report back, you know, the
You're
rifle
both
goes
who you
off.
are. Like you're not frauds, you know, like you're authentically who you are. I mean, you know, Jack, you know what I mean? So you're just on two different levels and two different, like, this is how I explain it.
The point is,
Jack,
dude, the point I'm
Jack
making
has the
is
vision. You make me want to do stuff.
you're not getting it, bro. You're not getting
I
it.
get
Jack
it.
doesn't
No,
have
I
a
do get
vision.
it.
Jack has a politically correct set of ideas that he's come to that he spouts in order to get people to believe in something that is not him, attached to him. It's a ruse. It's a dupe. It's a gambit. It's
tell
like
Jack he
people who
should
run
stay
for
out of
politics and
geopolitics,
say,
you know.
I want to free the black people and help black people and I love children and all the rest. This is his
Yeah, he gets
version of
in
that.
trouble. I agree with you. You know, I said
There's
that
no
to him,
agreeing with me. There's what is, and then there's everyone else's interpretation of what is, and repetition and lack of results. You
Yeah, but I
make a
was
goal
agreeing with
so
you.
lofty and so unattainable that you never have to do anything to attain it, and then you get to speak about it the rest of your life while people say they don't understand. Tell me more, and you keep saying, "What's there not to understand?" End wars and legal secrets. Live in love. But there's no on the ground cause and effect component, day-to-day lifestyle and livity practice that is to be shown and told. It's just empty, generalized platitudes with no on the ground component and definitely no results. If a man ended wars and was not secretive, manipulative, deceptive, and was loving, he'd probably have some worth and some value. He'd probably be wanted in a community somewhere. He'd probably be received on the whole as somewhat of an honorable, respectable individual. That's not what's happening. And his excuse is Paul did it. His excuse is Margot and Snaps did it. He seems to forget I've had everything from actual agents from other continents, the devil itself seemingly testing me and challenging me, rebuking me, prosecuting me, persecuting me at court, on the ground, on here, by the hundreds and thousands. He seems to forget that my walk is exponential to his every time. He's so caught up in his own experience, so selfish that he is. He forgets that on paper, my experience has been 10 times his when it comes to having things taken from me, rejected, rebuked, locked away, projected onto, persecuted, and prosecuted. Because I don't make a victim out of it and I don't complain, I talk about what's going to happen and why it's important and why I'm thankful for it. And it makes me everything that I am. He's constantly bitching and complaining and victiming while forgetting that I've had 10 times the amount of tests and challenges and triumphs because I've actually done something to achieve that and to get that.
Pretty amazing testimony too. I do believe that, coming out of just drug addiction and jail, that says a lot to me. Jack probably hasn't experienced that, but
Jack has experienced that, and I'm not going to, it's not a competition. I'm not here to discredit Jack where he has the facts and truth on his side. I couldn't do that if I wanted to. That's my point for Jack. There's been hundreds and thousands of people who've hated on me, projected onto me, death threatened me, locked me up, did a whole bunch of shit. They can't invalidate me, nor can they validate me. They can't interfere with me. They can't affect me. I actually see them as the greatest part of my journey. They tested and challenged me on who and what I really am. Without them, I wouldn't know me. That's the thing. I'm thankful and grateful. I actually live in love. I'm actually co-creative. I'm aligned with a perspective that allows me to have faith and get through all things and everything and not be a victim, but to be a victor. That's not my experience of Jack.
Yeah. You never know who you really are until you meet Jesus Christ. That's a fact.
Listen, bro, you never know who you really are till you realize you are Jesus Christ in the sense of the reflection of the Most High. We're all children of the Most High, bro.
I understand what you're saying.
We all have the potential to be redeemed and quote unquote saved with the truth, life, and way. If you walk that path, equally yoked with that being. But if you don't want to be equally yoked on this path, like a horse, equally yoked, that means we're going to bear the burden together. Then you don't get to call yourself a Christian. You shouldn't call yourself that anyway, as far as I'm concerned. There's a man and a woman. A man and woman could be Christ-like when they walk in the truth, life, and way, and they're capable of miraculous things with the power of God if they're in alignment. If not, they're capable of powerful things when it comes to destroying themselves and others. Have you not seen?
Well, the thing for me is he saved me, so I will always have to glorify Jesus Christ.
Bro, I'm not denying all that. Again, you presume that the Christed being, just like myself, would need you to glorify them. Why can't you see the overlay of humble before the creational force, but not before men and women? I don't need you to glorify me, just like the Christed being done. You glorify the truth in the way that you live. You're the example of that. That's how you glorify, not by lip service. That's disrespect and blasphemy. It's the same way as if you said, I love Pauly Boy or I hate Pauly Boy or whatever the fuck else in between, but you don't want to do what's true and what's right in your own life. I don't give a fuck what you claim. That's why when people try to give me money, I take it as disrespect. You want to glorify me? Start with living your own life in a truth, life, and way and be a replication of me. You want to give me something after that when you see the fucking results because you're in abundance? We can go from there. I'm open to that. But I don't require that. And to think that you're going to give me one and not do the other is blasphemy. You're playing into a Luciferian swing. I'm not going to let it stand. That's the difference. Motherfuckers like Jack and others are here to actually just get money and numbers. They claim they're not. They claim I'm that. No, the money and numbers just showed up when I decided to align with the truth and walk it to the ends of the earth. You motherfuckers haven't done that yet, and that's why the rest hasn't shown up. Get right or get left. That's what this is. And your fucking band of losers who enable you while you claim I'm enabled. I have support. I have co-creation. I have community in my life. I have consciousness and awareness in my life. I have true love and care in my life. You ain't got that. See?
But he has a connection.
So please stop projecting. The point is a lot of motherfuckers like to project onto me who and what they are and then want to play this gaslighting rejection obfuscation game. And we could say Jack Talcott's the most extreme version of it, but there's a lot of them on here who do it all day, every day. So it ain't about him. It's about what these people represent. They're not going to do what's true and what's right. And here's a clue too. You want to talk dynamics of Christed? When you align what's true and what's right and you uphold the law and you really start living free, and being authentic, watch how every single one of them at some point downed what I did with the traveling freely and upholding the law and rights. Every one of them. Wizard, who's supposed to be about rights and freedom and the law, did it. Slackcott did it, said I was taking up the cops' time, that I should be penalized for that. You status Babylonian scum. You'll all get yours. Don't think I don't know who and what you are. I've known you from the moment I laid eyes on you. Don't think I know a weak, coward, user, loser, failure, parasite when I lay eyes on them within 20 minutes, if that. And I give you the benefit of the doubt. I try to play a long game. I try to be faithful and peaceful and forgiving. I try to allow you folks to put in our record who and what you are and be somewhat commendable and redeemable and respectable. And what do? You use me, you use this place, you use this audience, you fucking lie in everybody's face, you blaspheme the Most High, you play fucking power games with panels and all the rest of it. How about you just decide to leave all the fucking bullshit at the door from now on and do what's true and what's right? Be completely authentic. No, you ain't gonna do it. You motherfuckers are too cowardly. You can't face yourself.
You ever seen an organization or charity or like top tier like philanthropy or CEOs? They always have like someone they're mentoring. Could you ever like get in that role with Jack and then just when the time comes, just inherit the mantle?
Inherit the what?
Receive the responsibility of whatever you're leading.
Bro, the reality of it is that everybody can eat here. Everybody can share a space of co-creation and respect, right? But we're going to have to align with the truth that everybody keeps talking about, but can't seem to explain, or align with and replicate the results of. Right. So we got a bunch of folks running around going, what is true? What is true? What is true is you say you want to be free, don't you? You say you don't want to be a slave, don't you? We don't have to get so deep like your boy yesterday, Mr. Philosopher Boy. This shit is pretty straightforward from the heart. What the fuck does your heart tell you? And maybe your heart is a mind and heart controlled device where you've been taught by these people in this system in this world that you are meant to be a fucking slave.
Paul, the thing is, without Jesus, everything in your heart can change in a second. He's got to be the foundation of everything. Otherwise, you are movable, or you'll change your feelings, and then you'll end up not knowing anyway. That's just the way it is.
I don't seem to need to personify what's called the Tao, which is the way to the way. You can't know it, but you could be it or be with it. I don't need to dwindle that macro perspective connection with the universe and universal law down to a personified idol that I need to worship and venerate.
He's your interface to God directly.
I don't need an interface to God. That's precisely what the Christed being was teaching in scripture, is that anybody who proclaims to be an intermediary between the creational force, our Father in heaven, is a deceiver. It's like a kidnapper who's saying, I know your dad, get in the truck, I'm going to save you.
Paul, but we're not in heaven yet.
It's a delusion. Dude. I'm willing to listen to you, and I'm open to I'm willing to listen, and I'm open to hearing your nonsense, but we're pretty late into this. Maybe it's good because I get beaten down by the first 5 hours, and then I'm almost like I'm like Tyson, where I just sign the contract and I go, okay, go ahead, freak. We're going to pretend to box now, and you just beat me up / not beat me up. I'm going to go to the corner and cry, and then and I'm going to get a big bag, some way, somehow, if not physically, metaphysically.
No, it's my apologies, so.
No, don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. It's better. Continue, because if we were like the first 30 minutes in, first off, I wouldn't even have you up probably, or anyone.
Probably.
Or I would just start screaming and yelling and going, DeFreak, we're really going to do this. You proselytizing your Caesar Borgia replica to me from 200 years after a supposed event that we don't have almost any historicity of beyond the lore and a written down publication on a mass level.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's not as if the Masonic supposed builders of these cultures and societies who replicate all the names of streets and places everywhere you go in different languages. It's not like they couldn't have possibly dispensed some religious ideological books across the planet and incorporated the same story in every one, but different names and places in different ones so that everyone would like think that they were right and everyone else was wrong, and it would cause turmoil forever until they came in and created a one world government, religion, and economic system, which is happening. I mean, there's totally no way that anyone could be that smart, you know, because they're totally not inhabited by some other force that runs this world. What?
The freak. So like this.
Sorry,
is
I was imagining stuff.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I'm gonna go back to the imagination of our ancestors, but and read the Bible verse here. Whoever claims to love God yet hates his brother or sister is a liar. For whoever does not love their brother and sister,
You
whom
fucking
they have.
religious losers. Fuck you. Fuck your bullshit religion. Fuck the Pope. I'll knock the fucking Pope out unconscious in the cage fight, which he never answered my challenge. You get knocked the fuck out, boy.
Oh.
The Pope's clearly scared face, that motherfucker. But the freak, like the love that we have for Jesus, we need to have that for our brothers and sisters that we see.
Oh my God.
Like, is my first argument in that space. I know, dude. This shit gets to me too.
The freak is not in the cuck chair in the hotel room. He's the designer of it. Like, I met the guy who's the inherited. He inherited, and he was the heir to the fortune of the people who designed Tupperware. His last name was Tupper.
Dude,
and
I'm the only slave that came up here and said that thing was a bad idea.
You're the guy who invented the hotel cuck chair and built it.
I'm not that guy. That's not me.
I'm pretty sure that's you.
Definitely not me.
Because in every situation, you're so willing, like a hoe, to give your power away. Whether it's Jeebus from the book, Donnie Trump from the TV, me or Slackcott, whoever you're feeling like the best with this week. You're so pimpable, man.
Amen.
This is what like
the ham sandwich
what you
theory,
don't understand.
Man.
What you don't understand is I grew up with black people. All right. At some point, I was across the tracks, like literally a mile away from ghettos and gangs and tenements in what's supposed to be the white area, which was like one street. It's weird. The way Long Island is, there's suburbs and ghettos, and they're just right there.
I didn't have a chance to tell Smith about the ham sandwich theory, man, because he was rambling
I'm just telling you that what I've learned in life, for better or for worse, you figure this out, is black people seem to have figured out in discernment who has understanding and discernment and who doesn't, and they understand the pimping and hoeing idea, right? It's like M. Davis is here. He's a colored person, for lack of a better term, and he gets it. Like, we get it. I don't know if that's because I nurtured around them and I became like them. I don't know if it's just I recognize the realness of for good, for better, for worse in some of these situations with these people. But you're just, there's the only way I could describe it in this moment is you're just so perfectly pimpable. Like, right, all we have to do is give you someone or something, then believe, just like a drug addict. Like, here, if you just take this powder and this pill, all your problems are going to go away.
I mean, just born again Christians are
and it's
immovable.
Like, it's true, but it's not, because it's like you can align with God and have the experience, and then you have to be the vessel, and then that's when it's
you have to do the work. You have to do the work. You can be aligned with God all you want.
It's almost like you sign up to be the power lifter of the team of humanity. Like, these people almost sign up and they go, so now I get to like sit back in a beach chair and get a trophy. And it's like, no. When you sign up for this, you sign up to be the power lifter for humanity.
What greater work
you
can
have
I
to do even more?
Jesus Christ.
Right. There's more expected of you. That's the thing. People just forget that, like, with God comes purpose, meaning, values, principles, comes family, comes, did I say responsibility and accountability? If I did double it, right? And you actually have to take on more here. As much as we don't like that, I notice I said we, because I'm not pretending like Slackcott that I'm cured and I'm exempt from the dynamic. It's a practice, not a perfected state of beingness.
Because the faithful can take on more. The truly faithful has more strength.
Right.
Everyone has their own testimony.
Here we go with my truth, your truth. You're a bitch and hoe. Hoes want to hear it. Men want to see it.
Well, he's not a
if God is a man, then God wants to see you dance. He's not interested in you getting in his ear and telling him how good you are at dancing and fucking. You get what I'm saying?
He wants souls won back to him. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
He wants you to do the
okay,
fucking
guess
work
what?
to show
Guess
that you're
what?
doing that.
Hello, Truther Cop. Hello. Let's get back to me.
Anyway.
Listen, you wake up every day and choose to wear that fedora hat. Nobody's going to listen to you when it comes to discernment. I'm just saying. Hello.
Sorry for eating up your time, Truther Cop. Go ahead.
No, this is great. I'm actually enjoying this, even with Truther Cop's outburst, feminine outburst. That voice is.
Whatever, Paul. Fuck
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Yeah, man. You want to tell me about God having souls back with him or it? That happens when you die, motherfucker. Unless you believe that, you know, you get to like go to fiery pit of hell where Satan's ruling over you, whatever. And I go, I contend that's here. like Queen Stephanie.
It's absolutely here, dude. It's us telling a better story now, not conceding our narrative to some source that came before us, while at the same time paying homage to our ancestors, let alone Jesus Christ, but our mothers and fathers, our grandfathers and grandmothers, to figure out the best that we can be, and that because that's what we've been stricken with. That's our genetic curse. That's our DNA.
Yeah, if the prayer goes on earth as it is in heaven, and the hologram is true to form, then as within, so without, as above, so below. Hell is here right now. Heaven is here right now. This is about how you live. Oh. And if not, then it's in a potential form for the afterlife, which means you got to do what's necessary here to prove that you have worthiness for there. How else does it work? Either way, you can't get out of it. I'll raise you an Occam's razor and what's the other one? I forgot all the technical terms, but I understand them in formality, which is the most important. I'll raise you a straw man and an Occam's razor for you know, for cause and effect and objective logic, morals, ethics, and conscience and awareness, which is why I think Taoism and Buddhism, when understood properly, is superior to your false Christianity, because it contends you have to be the change. It contends that no self is true self, and true self is higher self, which is unification with the universe and its purpose and meaning and values. I'm not even telling you most people who claim that live that, like just like Christians. I'm not claiming that either, that I'm that. I'm just saying I see the value in that teaching in the truth, life, and way, because the Christed being of your scripture came 800 years after the Tao Te Ching, and he would have most likely studied the truth, life, and way, just like all people here who pursue greatness study these texts. I'm no different. They're no different.
Why do non-Christians expect Christians to be perfect like Christ, like that?
Listen, bro, this is the hell realm. This is why it's a hell realm, because in a hell realm, only in a hell realm could doing just what's normal, what's true, and what's right be considered greatness. So when I say I'm great or pursuing greatness, I actually think it's laughable, because it's really what we're supposed to be doing for every being who's attainable of conscience, right? We all can understand this. We all know we should be doing this. Only in a hell realm could doing what we're supposed to be doing be considered great, when it's just the fucking norm and it's what God has intended us to do and be, obviously, by the way we're formed.
Eternal life is great too.
Dude, you want to get into all that? I'd rather go to fucking scientific method at that point in quantum physics to verify upon observation a universal principle, which is that nothing is really created or destroyed. Everything's transference or transcendence. And that already dictates on some level you have eternal life. I mean,
that's true.
You know, thank you. Thank you for attempting to validate or verify what, you know, can't be validated or verified or invalidated. It can only be experienced or not.
Just like you said, the you know, nothing created, nothing destroyed. That's part of our scientific, you know, quote unquote, like fact, evidence, right? So in that, yes, it's true.
I believe scientism, or not scientism, scientific method, which has become scientism, even if you call it scientism, if it was done properly with reason and objectivity and detachment, which is a big if, science and religion would correlate. They would not compete, right? Because science and religion are just two different ways of describing the same life. They have to be in alignment if it's proper. If you can't claim your religion and also claim science, you're doing something wrong. Because I will go to the quantum physics and the scientism to because you can't prove any of this really, to correlate my own firsthand experience with the spirit and the universe, right? So there's obviously a quantum physics idea where if you live in faith, you've affected the outcome. That's why Sun Tzu said, know yourself, highest self, then in 1,000 battles, you will quote unquote win. If you know yourself, then therefore know the enemy. So by knowing self and the truth and highest self, which is God, you therefore know the perceived enemy. Now it becomes something different than your enemy. That's exactly what Sun Tzu reiterated. That is why through faith, I'm able to go to those courts and walk out the other side. It's got nothing to do with who and what I am beyond I am that am, and the understanding of that on the quantum level, right? So because I go in knowing that I'm already true and correct and having faith, I've won without fighting. I've beaten them before we've started because I've not beaten myself, right? That's why Slow State and the rest can't figure out why I'm free. I'm free because I live free. You can only live free when you understand that you can never be free, because when you're in this form, you're bound to the laws of the universe. The great thing about the laws of the universe is you're part of co-creating that and manifesting with that. So there's not much you can't do. Thank you once again for verifying my firsthand experience.
I just want to say, that quantum concept that you have of, the whole universe thing and what it is to be God, what that God is. I'm just saying that it has a name and a face. And
I'm just saying that to me, I would never claim to be God completely, but it's more true that you are God, if you want to put it that way, than it is true that you got to go to Jesus to access God. You're telling me no. When you said everything else I said is true, well, why is that false? Is that my ego?
No, it's because Jesus Christ was sinless and he has authority in the kingdom of God.
So no. Your Jesus figure was a patented hypocrite, because he said scriptures before he picked up a whip on these motherfuckers. He said, I could raise an army. The same thing, I could sit down here and pimp and mac with you, and there might be some truth to it, and I might be a bit kind of overreaching. Hey, I could raise an army today and fight some of these motherfuckers on the local level and maybe even win. I'm not here for that. We're here for faith. Don't raise the swords of these people. Did he not tell somebody, don't keep hemming and hawing under me? If you're going to talk, let me talk, and then you can go.
Yeah.
He then, scriptures later, as we went over, picked up a whip and started whipping people out of reactivity and frustration. I would know it very well. There's no separation from self. I don't care what time in history you go with your idolatry nonsense. This guy's above and beyond the human experience. He's so much not above and beyond it. He said one thing and did something else. Hypocrisy is the hallmark of the human experience to some degree, some places, sometimes. So when the being says, do not raise a hand to these people, we're not here to use the sword or use force. We're here to use the word of truth and faith to move these motherfuckers in their hearts and souls to make a change without becoming like them. Then you want to go in there and start turning tables over and whipping people, cracking the whip and acting all physically violent? Well, they got something for you, bitch boy. Same thing they tell me. They would love it if I fucking loaded a gun up and started shooting people. I'd never do it. They'd love it if I went and shot myself. I'd never do it. We're here to do one thing, to exemplify the truth, life, and way as much as possible, to not do any loss, injury, and harm, and to pay our fucking debts when we make them, and to keep to our word and the word of God. You're not here to try to physically overthrow any of these people. This is their world. You're just playing in it, and you're here to be tested and challenged on who and what you serve. You're not here to overthrow the law of creation. You don't get to overwrite the world the way that it is. You get to overwrite who and what you are, not even overwrite it. You get to co-create with what's already been laid down and see where that goes in faith. And you get the truth revealed to you as time goes on. So, yeah, man, a lot of this shit, again, is the same thing the being in the scripture you talk about warned you about. Stop idol worshiping. Greater things than I, you shall do. We're all brothers and sisters, children of the Most High. Anytime you get somebody trying to pass off a story, the same way if they 200 years from now killed me for some reason. Let's say tomorrow I went and pulled a Jesus Cristo, started physically doing shit to these people, and they got me and said, you know what happens now, Paulie boy? Thank God you did that, because we're going to kill your bitch ass. And then you all want to claim, we think we saw Paulie boy. He rose from the from the thing. They pushed him down the stairs. We felt his energy, spirit. Remember the day my uncle died, bro, at 4:00, and my broadcast went off and everything went off, and it went off for an hour. And I went down to the local store, and my phone wouldn't work. Nothing. I couldn't get on back on to do anything. And everyone else around me had shit and whatever else. And for some reason, I'm not really typically somebody to play games like that, right? Because I've heard other people talk like that, and I'm always the kind of person I go, you're just making that. You want to see that. You want to believe that. Pretty much every sense in me had it that somehow, some way, that the spirit moved on after, and that was a somehow a direct communication and message that there's still some kind of contact, if not forever, for a limited time, to the otherworldly somehow, some way. I don't know how that works, but I'd never had an experience before that or after the way that happened. There was no reason for that to happen, and I couldn't get on Wi-Fi, anything else. It just, and then right when I got back on the internet, my father called me and said, "Your uncle just died." You know. So again, I've had a bunch of coincidences like that. You know, I just kind of see it for what it is. I don't even have to have that story be what I think that it is or what it felt like. I've seen a whole bunch of synchronicities. I've experienced it. I know faith. I know the truth to some degree. I know that it works for self if you work it. And I know that if you're really about this and you get this revelation, that you're never going to be regretful, you know, for how this turns out. I haven't seen it yet. I'll report back to you if I see something different, but I can't see it any other way. You know, like you were telling me before, I'm going to go to jail or whatever else. You really think that I'm going to regret or whatever if that winds up happening, knowing what I already know, that's the potentiality? I've told you guys this whole time that I've been planning on going to jail through this, because I figured there was no way that I was going to be able to walk on trust, equity, and faith and uphold the law of the land without these folks wanting to make an example of me. You know? And the more that I keep walking out and I keep getting dismissals, and the more they take these claims now, the more I realize God and the truth is on my side if I have faith and do the next right thing. You think I'm just talking up here, bro?
No, I think that's true. I think that, and there's evidence of that, of, you know, your success in the courtroom. But my thing is, once you have a certain rite of passage, and you know more than any of the new soldiers that are going to be coming online, you have to change your role and put yourself in a leadership position, because that's
not how that works, bro. We talked about this. You can't tell me about leadership if you've not lived it and walked it. It's ridiculous. It's like me or someone else. It's like me or someone else to some degree trying to tell somebody else how to go to actual war like one of these generals, when they've done 10, 20 years on the ground fighting on the front line and still will jump back into action at any time. You can't talk about some shit you haven't done.
I can recognize leadership.
You can recognize leadership, but you don't live it, so you can't tell somebody else how to live it. Guess what? Every hoe and their mama can recognize leadership and want to suck dick. What does that have to do with living it and giving advice about it?
I'm not a leader.
There's pimps and there's hoes, bro. That's the difference. So I'm not trying to be rude, but you need to know your place, unless the facts and the experience show something different. It's just the way that it is. You know, you can't be a follower and tell me how to be a leader. It's ridiculous.
Why wouldn't you be
it's arrogant.
Seriously, why couldn't you be more effective on a board of accounting?
You're not getting it, bro. There's inherent hierarchical power and value systems. They don't change. You could take them to any venue. It's like saying the administrator at court who sits on the bench has to be an attorney first. He has to be able to work every position in the room, right? He may change his venue or his position, but he still has to occupy those different positions from time to time. I could take you to the prison cell. The gang leader who's calling shots 23-1 still has to pick up a knife from time to time and defend what's his and be about it. If not, then he's not a leader at all. You don't send other people to do what you're not going to do, and you don't fight, quote unquote, side by side with your people. A leader who fails to lead from the front is not a true leader. He's a coward hiding behind his people. Don't tell me to do what the fuck my father told me to do, that I rejected him for, and I disrespect him to this day for it. And you could tell me I'm egotistical and narcissistic. I'm in love with the truth and the creational force. I'm not in love with who I used to be and who I am as a fucking vessel or whatever else.
Okay, let me ask you something. Is the testimony more important, or are results more important?
Both. Why do you always do this and that, bro? It's like
If you
trying
want
to say,
results.
it's like trying to say, again, I'll be crude, rude, and lewd. It's like trying to say, I eat pussy real good, but I'm a broke bitch. Well, no woman wants that. They want somebody who can pay for their own shit and take them out to dinner from time to time and put it down in the bedroom. Is it this or is it that? It's this and that.
That's
Why
a great
you guys
analogy.
struggle with this and that all the time? It's too much work for you to learn how to eat pussy good and to put it down in the bedroom and be an honorable fucking man and have some fucking coin so that you can fucking move around and not be a broke ass, needy ass, codependent bitch. Yeah, it's this and that.
Right. That's a great analogy, by the way. But if you want results, why would it be better for you to be in jail, stuck in a jail in that position instead of being like on a city council?
I think we're going back to literally the first fucking conversation you guys ever had.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. You want to talk truth or cop? I'm done with your bullshit
regulating
too.
them. You could be regulating them.
Okay. Let me try to get through to you again. Let me try to get through to you again. Right? You want to say that I'm a leader. You recognize leadership. This is Talcott bullshit. Then you want to tell me not to be side by side with the people I'm supposedly leading. The day that I'm not willing to take the bullet along with them is the day that they don't consider me a leader. Don't you get that?
No, because
we could go to the outlaw biker realm. The day that I won't ride up front, right, of the 100 other guys behind me in formation, in unison, doing what we're meant to do with the colors and all that is the day that I'm not considered one of them. It doesn't matter.
It does
what
matter.
You call me, what I call me, what I think, what you think. That's the dynamic of high morale and value and leadership and empowerment. What do you not understand about that? George Washington said, I'm not taking a kingship 4 fucking times. If the story goes the way it is, it's archetypal. I wasn't there. I don't know. I'm just telling you the archetypal, what the history says. Said, I don't want to be a king. I'm not taking it. Matter of fact, I'm riding up front with my people if I have to in the battle, because this is the game I'm on. This is the time I'm on. I'm not accepting less for myself and calling it more. I'm not changing my perspective and position to get comfortable. The art is to be comfortable with the uncomfortable. If you want to talk leadership, it happens from the front. The day that you try to lead from behind is the day that your people stop believing in the truth and stop believing in you, because you don't believe in the truth in you. If you did, you'd have no problem being out front.
Paul, how did Washington
You don't
get to that
understand how to
position?
keep the morale high and how to inspire people, and you want to try to tell me about it.
No, I don't know how to do that. That's your job.
That's my job, right? There you go. You want to obfuscate and be obstinate. I just combined the words, right? you want to abdicate and obfuscate your responsibility to be a man and to be a leader in yourself, in your life, and in your home, and for your family. And you want to say, no, that's your job. No
one's gonna follow me.
My job is to be a leader in myself and in the truth and stand on that from the front or from the side by side on equal playing field. I'm no better or worse than anybody. And it's everyone else's job to do the same for themselves, not for me, but with me, for themselves.
Well, yeah, personal life is different.
Collectively, then, where 2 or more are gathered is the spirit of what you call Christ. With that, all things are possible. If you lack that, pretty much nothing is possible except for disempowerment, slavery, and genocide, as you've seen.
All right, Paul.
Unless you want to jack off in the world and play games and do bread and circus, which most people are just happy with. The extras, all the extras, and not the main course.
Did not Washington pay his dues in battle in the Revolutionary War?
There's no paying dues. I'm really getting done with you, bro, because you're trying to go watch a history channel about Outlaw Biker Club and what leadership looks like on the most lowest level of reality. It doesn't change. If you want to call it higher or lower, then it goes like this. Once you get to the bottom, it's reflective. There is no, it's illusory. It's still the same dynamic.
You came
it's
out
still
of the
same
battle.
dynamic. If you take the Illuminati, who or what's at the top, right? And then you come down and it's the same formation. Everything has to be holographic and replicative, right? Has to replicate the same way the other way, right? So what makes you think that leadership from top or supposed bottom changes in formality, right? You're talking about illusion, man. That's the illusion of this what you see.
Wait a second.
If you wonder why, bro, listen to me. If you wonder why United States government and their people lose every war they go to, it's because they do leadership like you, inauthentic corporate beta male, right? I don't mean to be rude or whatever, but they sit in the tent, they get fat, they talk shit, they write down maps, and they tell someone else like you or Pizer or me or who else, hey, go out there and fight this fucking war for us. We're your leaders. And we go,
that's not true.
We don't want it. Is true, bro.
It's not true because I
it
voted
is
for
true.
Donald Trump.
It is true.
Donald Trump.
You're seizing up. You're going into complete resistance and seizure. you're going into helicopter mode, bro. You're doing it again. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Oh shit.
You completely disconnected. I'm gonna hit the alarm every time we completely disconnect from how things actually work, because you have a sentiment that you want to overwrite reality. The reason why you and your corporation and whoever, I don't care how cute your uniforms are, how big your toys are, you're never gonna beat certain people on the ground, is because they live how I'm talking. They go, I'm united with God. The worst thing you're gonna do to me is bring me to Allah. And the ones who don't live that way, and the imams and the rest who talk from the top, no one respects them and they don't listen to them. They respect the truth and what they're riding on, and they respect other people who do it with them and run out and go, Allah Akbar, and blow themselves up if possible, right? If necessary, not if possible, if necessary, right? So, that's martyrdom, as they would call it. You're willing to die for what's true and what's right, for the kingdom of God, to separate yourself from the insurgency and the infidel. So again, there's people even in that society who try to claim leadership and they sit at the top and don't do nothing. They got to pay dues at some point, Yeah. That's just the way that it works. Like you don't ever get to the point where you get to sit back somewhere and tell other people what to do and not live that.
All right.
That's not how this shit works.
Paul, do you feel like you haven't paid your dues?
You're not getting it. I'm saying you karmically pay your dues, in the sense of when you think you got this game licked and you're going to switch up because you're going to cheat on the test, your results get worse in a way. The moment that I think I'm too good and better for this, while you want to claim I'm a leader, if I saw it that way, then I definitely have to continue. Again, what are you not getting here?
If you're not wanting to,
why do you have to ask me 10 different ways? Why do I have to give you 10 different ways of a dynamic that you should be able to feel? Are you really this NPC'd out? Are you on fentanyl? What's the deal, bro?
I'm just trying to make you.
You on plan B or something? You take a plan B, your ovaries are numbed out or something? What's the deal? Because I'm telling you that any man should be able to understand this, like in the core of his feels, like, because everyone's so big on feels, they can't like just do logic. Like oftentimes I want to do logic and then I have to appeal to folks' feels. So I try to make them feel it with what I'm speaking.
If you're not ready for that level of leadership,
the president of the Hells Angels can't ride in the back. He's got to ride up front. And if anything pops off, he's got to be the first one to go to jail. If not, no one's going to respect him. The reason they put him in president as the leader is to do the fucking work alongside them, not to hang out now and put it on everyone else. That's not how that works, man.
Okay, so you learn nothing in all your battles.
Do you not get that if you want to call me a leader, which I don't call myself that, because then they'll try to tie me to groups and organizations and get me RICO'd. I'm not part of any groups. I'm just telling you dynamics that you brought up, which are independent of any kind of physical group. It's metaphysical power and value dynamics. So there's no official group. There's no organization. There's nothing like that. But I'm telling you, the dynamics remain the same. If you say I'm a leader by proxy because other people witness what I do and they're inspired by it, the day that I stop doing it is the day that I stop being that. So I better go back to changing oil or balleting at one point. I did.
I'm just saying not go back to jail.
Construction, jail, maybe.
Not go back to jail because you've
go
paid
back
your
to heroin.
dues,
I go do heroin.
saying.
Go try to sell some heroin to like make my money to do the heroin, shit like that. Be a loser, failure, disempowered, fucking in vice-ridden, bondage, addict, satanic slave,
whatever,
death worshiper. Yep. Yeah, bro, come on, get serious. You should know better than that. The day that the mob boss thinks that he's too mob bossy to do what everyone else does, or share in that burden, is the day that he goes to prison forever for running a criminal organization, or gets shot by the underboss because nobody wants to take orders from a punk coward who doesn't live their truth. That's why Cosa Nostra's man of honor, because you got to live by the code of honor. Doesn't matter what they call you. Matter of fact, if you're the boss and you're not putting in work, in a way, they're going to bump you off because they're not going to listen to your garbage and have you send them on hits and put them away in prison forever. You're acting like you're above it and beyond it. You know, in a way, that's why, from what I understand, that organization, folks want to talk about Sammy the Bull, whatever else. I don't agree or disagree. I don't know anything about the politics of him ratting and what actually happened. These other folks came on here, started trying to press me on it like I care one way or the other. I just talk about the power value dynamics. The reason he got some respect, as I understand it, is because he was putting in all the work on the ground. So how is Paul Castellano, whoever else, going to have more power and value than the guy doing all the fucking carrying out everything? He was more of a boss as an underboss or a hitter than the boss himself. Everyone was afraid of him. Everyone was reporting to him. He was the go-between with everything. You know,
at what point are you too old to not pass on your information that that would help someone else, the next generation of?
Bro, it's already all on record, dude. What do you think this is? It's already all on record. We've done thousands of hours of broadcasting. Everything that I've given you, you could get a version of somewhere else. You know, I may have a little bit more of a detailed.
I don't get how you won't accept that role of leadership, but yet you won't submit to Jack Talcott's leadership. What do you think about that?
Are you doing a bit? This is a bit, right?
Yeah, it's a bit.
Okay. I can never really tell you, but I could kind of tell there.
I'm gonna let Mr. Pie talk.
Yeah, I'm not submitting to Jack Talcott's leadership because you're calling it leadership just like he is, but there's no actual leadership on the ground. Remember what I just said to you? That's why he's not respected, and that's why he has no reputation and credibility, because he doesn't live his truth on the ground. He's not known for anything. I know you guys want to pretend you could be Z and Nachi Quifa and sit in a basement somewhere or go live on someone's couch and say, I'm the most truthiest truther of all truthing, and I know about rising earth. Yeah, it's great. That and $1 will get you on a bus. When it comes to inherent hierarchical power and value systems, you got to actually do and be and create something. You got to be known for something. And what better thing to be known for than rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and co-creation in alignment with God's law? I can't see anything. Doesn't really, do rising earth. Rising earth and flattening earth doesn't really do it any justice to me. Who am I, right? So I don't get to choose for them. I get to choose for me. I'm wondering why they won't choose it back. I'm not wondering why. I believe I know why, and they've shown why, directly and indirectly. And we're right back to square one. It's called fear or faith. That's what separates God's kingdom from Satan's kingdom. If you want to just boil it all right down. Beings of the light versus beings who will remain in darkness. And it doesn't matter how much they ignore me in a chat box, and the whole chat acknowledges me and goes, Paul, Unslaved. Oh my God. Like I give a fuck. I go, let's get down to the truth. That's why I'm here. Oh, that's right. You're going to ignore me and act like I'm not here because you're a bunch of bitch ass motherfuckers. And I'm going to tell you, and you know it. And now I'm walking off. What about my day? The gorilla is constantly just galloping its way around to these places and platforms, reminding everybody of what the fuck the deal is that you keep wanting everybody to forget about. And we desperately need to remember for accountability.
I say something before he ruins the show.
I'm ruining the show? There's no show. I'm just talking. You're talking. What's happening now? What is he saying?
He was saying you're ruining your own show.
I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, it's not possible.
I've created a system where it's not possible to actually ruin the show because I am the show. Called self-made, something you wouldn't understand. Nor would Jack Talcott.
And a freak. Would you agree or not agree that the reason why people gravitate, whether you call Paul a leader or not, it's because he truly has figured out and he knows himself. He's been to the depths of hell. See, Paul's distracting me now. You're a slave. Yeah, so you can't even touch a man that knows himself better than anyone else or the world, so he's untouchable at this point. You can give him all the slings and arrows. You can tell him anything, dude. He was, like he said, he wanted to die. He died twice. Whatever the fuck his story is, read the doubt, studied himself, looked inward, and he's sharing his experience. He doesn't need someone else or a Jesus Christ or anything in this realm to tell him who and what he is, because he's seen and he knows it's all within him and his power. And people gravitate towards him just because of that energy. It's like a resonance frequency that's put off, and people gravitate towards it because people want because everyone's fucking lost. So many people are lost in this place. They don't know who and what they are. They're all fucking scared. They wanted to be like, how do I do it? How do I do rights and freedoms? How do I do what you do, Paul? And it's like probably exhausting because he came from a place of fucking coming from the depths of hell of his own in his own right. Stop me if I'm speaking for you, Paul, because I don't want to speak for you.
You know that I will. I mean, I'm just waiting for the end also, because there's usually an end also. I mean, at times it's frustrating or tiring, but it's also an honor because I feel like I'm chosen to be a part of an endeavor that's universal. And for someone who has come from such sort of lowly or humble beginnings, there's no other way to describe it, right? That's why I am thankful and grateful. It's why I'm not greedy and selfish. It's why I do leave things on the table, because I'm already, like the man keeps saying, he keeps using the term saved, if you want to call it that, because when you go from suicidal and not wanting to live or be to actually seeing potential in yourself and seeing results, and knowing that you're part of a universal program, how could you ever have really a problem ever again, even if you got problems for the rest of your life? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, when you come from that, put me in a box. Yeah, like you're saying, put me in a box or die, whatever. Because if you have faith over fear, that's the common denominator that I've seen over. We saw it over the last 4 years, forever, or we really saw it over 4 years. Is everyone was fucking scared. Everyone's a bunch of cowards. They had no faith. We lost faith in God.
Who owns them, Pizer? This is real simple, right? When we talk about these dynamics, who owns them?
Sorry.
Hey, Mr. Pie, that King Stephen thing was badass, dude. You should develop.
All right, don't deflect, man. Don't deflect. He's coping.
What I want to say is, I said it before.
Who owns
the
them,
evidence for me.
These folks like to talk God and the devil. Devil's your daddy. Where's Jesse Lee Peterson when you need him for all the betas?
Success that Paul's had in court is more evidence to me than it is to him.
Keeps going back to me
that he's got the favor of God. Okay. I just want to
make that if that's true, then how did I get it? It's not from being so cute and pretty. It's not from being so nice, kind, and polite.
He gives favor to whoever he wants to. Sometimes it doesn't make any sense.
So God is just a daddy somewhere in the sky, and he goes, Polly boy is one of my favorite little boys. Look at him there. He's like so cherubic. He's so chubby and cherubic. Yeah. He's like a boy, you really are. You'll just fucking say, and you would call me like you have in the past and others, egotistical, narcissistic. And then when I say that what I'm doing is objectively sound and you have access to it, you would try to make some nepotistic favoritist dynamic between God and I, where I've curried some favor as a child that you don't have access.
Your success in the court is evidence, Paul.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm so tired of all of you people who do this. Like, you will twist me and everyone else involved into such a delusional, fucking disempowered state just to continue to do and be nothing. And no matter how much I keep you, the point is, you are so pimpable again. You want me to be egotistical and narcissistic. That's why you guys keep saying it to me. You want me to finally come out one day and say, fuck everyone here. You can never be like me. I'm better than everybody. You don't have access to anything I do. You never will. You're irredeemable. And now I'm just bask in my fucking radiance, slaves.
No,
Like
then
I've
you'd be
played
Jack
that energy in that
Talcott.
role at times, but you know damn well that whatever the fuck I'm living and doing here, I'm not just talking to hear myself fucking talk.
If you did that, you would be Jack Talcott.
Exactly. Exactly.
But seriously,
Come
though,
on, man. Let's not do
seriously.
this. Let's not jack off in quotes, right? Let's not Talcott off here. You know damn well on some level, even if subconsciously, that whatever truth is available for me is available for everyone here. I'm not special. We didn't come here for you all to bask in my greatness and glory. That's God. I'm just a God of all media. Right. So the way that we achieve that status of God of all media, tongue in cheek, right, or God-like, if you will, or work with it, is by being in alignment with these values and conscience to some degree. It does not mean I'm the perfect partner by any means. If you ask most of these females, apparently, I may be a horrible person. I don't really have much time, energy, attention for most things. I kind of just do my own thing every day. I prioritize peace. I'm solutions oriented, and I really don't want to have any interferences or drama or whatever else. But hey, part of the universe is tests and challenges, and we're here to do completion, as I say. And part of that is figuring out how to find a centric point between being empathetic and compassionate with passion.
I think it's them.
And also being objective. Well, that's the thing. I could say that, and there is some truth to that, but there's still something for me to look at, right? Because the whole "it's always them" again is the Jack Talcott syndrome, which we're all capable of. I don't think it's possible, even if oftentimes I say, "Hey, this is someone else's issue that they're making mine, and that I think there's a better way they could go about resolving this that doesn't include me." Well, then what exactly is my purpose here? Right. So I'm at that point forgetting that, hey, Paulie boy, you're part of the universe. This is what a relationship is. The same way you're wanted to lean the other way, that, hey, and again, we vacillate at times. There was a point on this journey where I thought that, being a man meant you were God's gift to women, in the sense of they're here to be programmed by you and all the rest of it. And that's a slippery slope, man, to where you start thinking you're infallible. Then you start doing dumb, stupid, weak ass shit and acting like, you're exempt from criticism, and that they're going to still take you seriously and respect you. That's not how this works. Right. Yep. So again, ultra discernment, ultra practice, and humbleness before the creational force and the truth, recognition of a dynamic, how it could change to create more harmony back and forth. But I won't deny, as much as you said that laughing, and as much as I know that it potentially puts me in a position, I won't deny that my percentages are pretty decent, and that I still may have stuff to learn or just remember to incorporate my day-to-day life practice that I don't oftentimes, which is, I've seen that in other places. But oftentimes, yeah, people have thoughts and feelings and projections and needs and wants that when they're not satiated becomes, I have to be something about them in their life, or I have to do something has to be done. And that's just the instinctual aspect. The intuitional aspect leads us deeper to the fact that nothing needs to be done ever with anyone else. That's not how this works. Right. So like, I will have to explain to any partner I'm with that from my perspective, unless I'm just here to learn something else, that we don't have to agree. Right. I'm not necessarily here to be anybody's validator or source. I don't want to live in some tethered parasitic relationship. I want each being to be independently aligned with the source of creation and their purpose and their value system, and have that core, and then share that experience with the other, right? I want an equal partner. And where we're not that, we look to complete as that, using the other person as a reflection, right? The other person cannot be our source of completion. And this is where I think, especially women, have this idea, and I'm not necessarily saying, I'm not faulting. It's just that they tend to be more emotional creatures, which exempts them at times from a logic. They can check their emotions if they're good and see the logic, right? But they've just been taught, right? And there is some truth, I think, universally to the idea that the same thing with me, if I'm in certain settings or situations, even here at times, it's good to yield. It's good to if not all the time, at times play a softer role, right? The softest things overcome the hardest things. Well, that's the water and the ocean, right? Or the water and the ocean and the mountains. So the oceans is water. It's the softest thing. It can erode the hardest thing. That's sort
I
of
just want
a
to say,
Taoist perspective.
I just want to say a couple of things, and I'll jump down. But when you're
No,
talking about
I'm
Jesus
enjoying
flipping
your I'm enjoying our experience here.
yeah,
just
me
to be
too.
clear.
Thank you. Me too. I am. But when Jesus was flipping over the tables in the temple, that was actually something that was a fulfillment of prophecy. So he wasn't contradicting himself. It was actually prophesied, and it was also like carried out, and it had a purpose for it, and that was getting everyone else to basically want to kill him. So,
Bro, that's like saying when Bob Ross goes to paint a happy tree, if he makes a mistake, there's never a mistake because he just paints over it and incorporates it into a bigger picture.
except to have the word of God and the verses to prove that I'm
You
right.
have the word of Caesar Borgia and the Romans and all the rest of the cult that's penned down with scribes from a king who was half the time doing demonology, but you never cite that book that comes out of the same place, right? I never understand that. Why do you Christians never consult the King James demonology books? You only seem to, you have this fetish and fixation with that one piece of text. I don't know what that is. It's like your favorite
why do
porno
you-
video. You like I go back to this all the time to beat my proverbial meat. I have a special text. It's like, dude, life is life. It's living life on life's terms. If we understand self, we understand the universe. Being can understand self and the universe from any culture and society and not have to call it something. And you guys just can't stop with the fucking labeling and the classifications and the pigeonholing and the identifications and all the egotistical, prideful garbage that doesn't amount to anything. And then all
I'm
the
just
shit that
saying that-
matters you put aside for this dogma.
The thing is, he's not contradicting himself. He never sinned. He's actually worthy of your admiration.
Okay, your daddy can beat up my daddy. Can we just leave it there?
Hey, can I interject? Yeah, like why
Please
don't
do.
you just want? Why don't you just want to be like the hero of your own story? Why are you looking at these old stories of these men?
He needs a daddy.
Who and what they were and what they was. Yeah, exactly. Like what? That's why you're here to freak is because he needs a new daddy, a digital daddy. A digital daddy. He needs a digital daddy, a gorilla, a white gorilla.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I got your contribution. I appreciate you, sir.
No problem, sir.
All right.
I'm here
Yeah,
for you from
I mean,
day one.
in the
Anyways,
world-
let me finish the freak because you are the freak. Listen real quick. Any day you can be inspiring, co-create, like you can do this on your own. You don't need another man or a book, or you don't need anything. You can be inspired by who and what you are. And
Kaiser, look at his name right now. It just occurred to me that like it always is, that the freak is actually, the word freak is a different jumbling of fear, right?
Yeah.
Like fear is right there in the word, so all of your arguments non-coincidentally are freakish, and it's a conjugation or a replication of a fear-based reality, where at every level the sentiment, the root of what your communication is based in an energy of fear.
It's not possible.
It is. It's not
actually not
possible.
possible.
What's not possible? That I'm correct living in a trailer? No, this is a real thing, man.
No, I believe that. But what you're
Wait
saying,
till I
that
get
I'm-
land and build a house and do everything. Like, give me another 3 to 5 years, and if someone doesn't try to take it from me, you'll be proud. They'll be proud of their
saying
dad.
that my worldview or whatever is based in fear. That's not true because I know Jesus Christ. What could I possibly be afraid of? Death,
standing
death.
for rights and freedoms and upholding the law and not following code.
I'm not even afraid of death because I know Him. That's the
Okay.
thing. You say a relationship with the
All
universe.
right.
You were just talking about.
Prove it. Kill yourself right now on this broadcast.
Because that wouldn't.
All right, he said
Don't
no. I
pull
figured
it.
I'd be able
Don't
to get
pull
out
a
of this.
synthetic warrior. You might
You
get
can't do
synthetic
that and
warrior.
show up in front of the
Don't do
Lord and
that.
say you were thankful. So I just want to put that
Listen,
out
I'm
there.
not buying it. I have no reason to believe you. I know you're saying that. I'd like to believe you, but you understand that many folks have said many things here, and I've proven them all to be liars, and that's why they're scared to death to come back to this fucking panel on this platform.
Wait a second. Let me give you the rundown, Paul.
Okay.
All right. So during the summer, I called, and you said I was crazy. Whatever. I gave you the whatever I thought. You said come up with solutions. I came up with solutions. And even dealt with.
You're not even getting it. I am the solution, just like
I'm
you are. You
qualified
didn't
myself.
come up with anything. You didn't do anything.
I'm
I got
qualified
arrested
myself.
once again. I got a dismissal, and now I'm suing people. That had to happen. It's like prophesied. You keep saying prophecy till it equates to me, and then for some reason you just inject this randomness component. It's the weirdest thing ever. You Christians have
qualified
the most
myself.
interesting subjective sort of non-continuous logic. It's your own brand of logic, I guess. It just has its
I'm
own.
qualified myself.
I know. Is this a big? Are you doing a bit again? I can never tell because you're so autistic that there's no inflection in your voice. It's very just sort of monotone. It's the only
what did I lie
continuity is your
about?
monotone countenance.
Did I not call you up and say I thought it was a bad idea?
You don't have my number.
Well, I mean, I came on the show.
Okay,
I feel like you
didn't
look
call
like a
me up.
lesbian.
You came on the
version of me.
broadcast and acted like a bitch, like you're doing today, and I humored you because I kind of feel sorry for you. You kind of remind me of like some kid who lost his puppy.
Listen,
You kind of remind me of the kid who
all I can hope is that you might
eating again,
consider
by the
anything
way.
that I ever said. Right?
For one of my fans,
That's
in
all I
quotes,
could
who's
ever
going to
do.
help me, I'm eating again.
All I
trying
can
to
expect
eat.
is that you might.
This is
consider
why I
it.
get overweight. I'm surrounded by moronic people who are in resistance. That's exactly. You know exactly. See, that proves that Freak is somewhat conscious and aware. He knows exactly where he's at and what's happening to him. That's good. You have the self-awareness Talcott doesn't. I applaud you.
All I could expect and hope for with anything I've ever told you, Paul, is that you might consider it. That's all.
I'm not denying that maybe you have what you think is good intentions. And again, I've heard this all from my father and other folks who I don't trust and respect before. Don't take that personal. But I have no reason to trust you and respect you in any of these venues because you've not proven yourself to be competent and capable. Your feelers don't really matter to me. I have my own set of feelers. I know. I have my own set of feelers that I can use for my compass of what I will and won't do.
Okay, but if you look at my track record,
I don't understand. Like, if you're not, I'm not even, this is what's so weird. I'm not coming to you guys. Like, I don't come to your job, and smack the dick out of your mouth, tell you to stop working. This is what I do for work, right?
So you said I'm not worth listening to because I have no credentials. Well, I'm trying to show you the credentials, and you're looping now. It's not fair.
I'm saying, like, if you don't want to do what I'm doing, that's cool. I don't bother you. Why do you keep telling me to do what you do and stop doing what I'm doing because you're scared for me while I'm trying to walk in faith? What is that? And you think you're helping? Like, you're calling yourself a Christian, and you're the opposite of that. It's the weirdest thing ever. Like, why do you guys do this?
I think
like, stop your walk with God in faith and bear witness and testimony and live it and move past the idea of physical death or imprisonment. Why are you telling me not to be a devotee? Essentially, I don't understand that.
I think that you don't see.
Who are
the
you
big
gonna
picture
like?
sometimes.
What are you gonna? If it's not me going to prison at some point or potentially dying, who else are you gonna watch? Jack Talcott? Say he's gonna end wars.
Whoever. I could be watching whoever, right?
All right. Well, it's gonna be really fucking boring. I'm supposed to sit here and watch that with you. I'd rather them die. I'd rather them kill me and put me in prison. Okay. I gotta stay out here with you.
I don't like jail. I know that.
Call myself the slave and watch Jack Talcott descend into madness. Even more than he already has. Kind of upsetting.
I never had a good time in jail.
Kind of depressing. Well, somehow I doubt that, Fruity. I mean, just leave it there, right? There's a lot for you to do there. A lot for you new age Christians do there.
I'm
tolerant
lucky, I guess.
Christians.
I'm so hideous that the gays don't want to have anything to do with me.
The freak is the name you got in prison, yeah.
I don't have to worry about it.
Yo, there's that white boy.
I freak out the prison. I freak out the prison.
What a world.
I hope Jackson comes back.
Teddy Ruxpin, you mean?
I'd like to interview him.
Oh, he's coming back. Why do you think about growing out this beard?
I don't know what that means.
What are you going to tell him?
Oh, I was just saying I got another character. Teddy Ruxpin.
Nice.
Teddy Ruxpin is clean shaven. He even said I should shave my beard and be like him. Get all the bitches.
He had the little stash.
Yeah, but you got to go like a pencil thin. You almost have to shave it bald completely and then draw in like five, like one of the Peanuts characters, like Pigpen. You draw in like 5 lines.
Yeah, that'd be the. Yeah,
Eddie Ruxpin's a trip, man. He tried to punk me on my own broadcast. You believe these kids nowadays? He's like, what are you, kidding me, bro? You don't get no bitches? You're such a bitch. I'm like, dude, we're really going to do this? I'm going to take your lunch money if you keep pressing me.
You know why he didn't come back is because he thought that you were that dumb that you couldn't push back on, intellectually, but he found out, and so now he's not back.
Yeah, of course. Sure, he might be watching, hiding somewhere. He'll check back in.
That dude should grow out his hair long, like that dude in No Country for Old Men, like that death guy on No Country for Old Men. He could be that guy.
What's up with this guy? They come here and then they go, guys are into freak. Wow, I'm in the right place for sure.
I can't say that I've ever seen that person before.
Is that his way of saying he's gay?
You never know with the troll.
Like, well, I'm in the right place. If Gen X Chef shows up, it's a real party.
Dude, Mr. Pye, you should, if you develop that Queen Stephen bit a little bit more, like, that's gonna be epic.
Yeah, I like Pizer. I think that when he's not, like all of us, when he's not in his fields, he calls it as it is, tries to keep it equitable, keep it real.
It's hilarious.
Oh yeah, he's a funny kid. I mean, he's no Brian O'Shea, but it's got moxie. It's got something.
He's better than O'Shea.
Although he does do a good O'Shea impression with the belly. That's what Pies is good at. Like with me, I don't ever do a good impression, but he's good at picking like 1 or 2 things out of the impression and then honing in on that. he did a Brian O'Shea belly stance one day, and I go, "You got me." It was totally O'Shea's stance on stage.
Nice.
I'm Teddy Rex. I got all my vax.
Nice.
Teddy Ruxpin.
Yeah. That's right. I forgot about that. That
Dude,
fucking little dweeb told me he got 2 vaccines. Clown. It's incredible.
Hey, Mr. Pye, why do you seem like you
Fucking
disappear
sad.
off the internet once in a while?
What's up?
Sometimes it's like you take like maybe you're going to other panels or something, but it's like you don't show up for a long time, and then you do. It's like, what's going on with that?
What's going on with you having a life, maybe, possibly? Answer for that, huh?
Maybe.
Yeah, dude. I mean, sometimes I get in I just kind of need a reset from the same loop or garbage or whatever. I've also had my own shit going on, so mainly that. Just got to handle business and shit. So I don't spend all day every day on the fucking internet. Not saying everyone else here does, but you can always come back and like get you can get grounded, but you can get grounded with what you have. Like my business, yeah, so the business partner, he sold everything. So I've got like another, well, I got till December 1st. So I'm done with this venture, but on to the new chapter. So I've been kind of like, just been trying to, wrap my head around change, and I'm excited, scared, nervous, all the things, but above all, you just got to have faith that things are going to be okay. So
yeah,
I think
sounds like a
sometimes
bunch of
it's like,
legal issues too.
no legal issues at all, really. Nope.
No,
Just
did you have like, was your name on the paper of the business ownership?
no, I was just a slave.
Bummer.
Yeah. To be honest with it, I think that's why. Yeah, that's why I resonate with whatever. It's just people say I can read you like a book, or like I can know you in 2 seconds, but it's just if you're transparent in your life and you're just an open book, then really no one has to figure you out if you just tell them shit. Some people have trust issues and shit. I just kind of lay it all out there because why the fuck not? That's who I am. They're gonna
Right,
find
but
out
even
eventually.
that phrase, right? Like folks will say to me, "You got trust issues. You got daddy issues." Like it's such a throwaway line. Like, am I not supposed to have issues, as you put it, with people who are not trustworthy? We're not supposed to talk about that or point that out, and we're not supposed to have issues with my daddy if my daddy's one of those people who's untrustworthy and cowardly and dishonorable, bad for business. Like,
yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that I just tell it to whoever it is, whoever has issues. I have issues too.
you're supposed to have trust issues. You're supposed to have issues with people who have shown themselves in their life and presently to be untrustworthy. Because they lie, cheat, and steal, and they're bad faith, and their life's run by fear. Someone whose life's run by fear will turn on you when they get afraid enough. You don't know that?
I do, but that's what I'm saying.
That's why I'm one of the most trustworthy people in certain situations, because fear does not run my life.
Yeah, well, that's my point. Is I don't want to be one of those people.
Like Jack Talcott, you mean? Like Wizard, you mean? Like Illuma Slavery, you mean? Like every other fucking punk ass coward who comes here and presents false strength, but can't go past their feels to address the facts.
You could say that.
You won't say that, right? Because I can't get you to cop to what the reality is, because you want to be friends and unfriends, or not catch flack for talking the truth and the facts, which is your choice. I don't need
think anyone
you to do
disputes
that.
the facts. I don't think anyone disputes the facts, like you say. To me, the evidence of your success in court is the favor of God.
The point is
but it's your presentment, like you said.
Part of this is justice, and most people, tell me if you're not that, will sit around and let someone like me, like you just said earlier, it's my job. So it's my job everywhere I go to call people out and be your fucking source of entertainment. When I get thrown out, get my tongue cut out proverbially. When is it everyone else's job to engage in justice and start speaking up and calling things what they are, and stop just sitting there and going, when I if what I'm saying is true, then it's true. If it's not, then tell me where I'm wrong. Don't let me get away with it either.
That's what I tried to do. And then I laid out, you said you wanted solutions, and I laid out at least 3 or 4. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it says something. To me, that would say something. It does say something,
The point is like she just said down there, Verily, most people want to go along to get along. And that's the biggest problem in these communities and these cultures, is you don't have enough individuals checking themselves and everyone else on what's true and what's right, speaking up, or telling other people to shut the fuck up if they're lying and bullshitting and playing fucking games. I watch it all day, every day. And I have to play the bad guy for forcing accountability in a land and a world where the majority of people are lying, cheating, stealing, being a bunch of infidel cowards, and playing fucking games with themselves and everyone else. Not being real. To what end? You want the whole fucking, you want the world to burn? To what end here? To what end in your own life? Forget about the world, even. But what in your own life? So you have no fucking self-respect, no self-worth, no self-esteem, no dignity?
You know, I'm
You
not a
just
creator,
hear shit and
so
listen to shit and don't speak up? That's just, I guess at some point I had to realize what my responsibility here is.
that might be universal creator syndrome or something, because I can't, I'm not at that level or whatever of understanding, so I have no idea like why that is. But I'll label it, universal content creator syndrome.
I don't know what that means.
Well, it's like a cross pollination, of trolling each other creators for whatever purpose.
You're just calling it. Can we get some language that has some depth to it here for understanding's sake? Trolling. I'm trolling when I go on a list or when I search up 5 people who I've had interactions with, and they have had lengthy interactions with me. So I have some level of care for them or investment. We've been through things together.
Yeah.
So I check in on them and they're lying and bullshitting and playing games. So I'm going to call them out and remind them that I'm watching, that God's watching, that the people are watching, that it doesn't matter what you get in this or how you feel. The facts don't change. How's that trolling?
Well, it's when anyone goes onto another panel or whatever and they're promoting, trolling, co-creating, and whatever you want to call it.
Well, that's not trolling. Did you? Okay, let's now step back. Look at the thematics. This is why I talk about these people without talking about these people, because it's the same dynamic. Pathetic Warrior, Nacho Quifa, Illumitrani, Jack Talcott. Go on and on and on and on. None of these people have anything to talk about without their supposed enemies. Yet they choose to remain in a situation where they're never reconciled with their enemies. It's a self-perpetuated process. That's not trolling. That's me pointing out the loop. And I'm not saying I'm exempt from it. It's probably because I'm not exempt from it that I can point it out. They want to deny that. They want to deny that reality.
Universal creator syndrome.
Yeah, I think it's not that I think that's something I've kind of learned from probably this more than anything, that I've become more abrasive, or I mean actually even before you, but like when it came to the slaves, the vaccines, everything else, where I lost family and friends and everybody else that, I just couldn't go around my principles or morals. I saw something that they didn't. They say I was crazy, whatever. We've kind of all been through it, and the truth or whatever. I don't even want to call it that, because it's just kind of bullshit. But I think it comes down to just what you're doing with yourself. I don't have like an online presence besides coming in, like with a bit. I mean, or afterwards. Sometimes I like to have a deep conversation. I've had, several with Paul, and I listen. Paul has more of or his voice is more controversial, but it gets more traction, and it makes people think. So I've always I always have been go along to get along. Like I don't even want to send back a burger when I said no onions. I couldn't imagine going out in a restaurant with maybe Paul and just being like, fuck off. So sometimes I don't, it's a fluid dynamic for me. It's like, is it worth the controversy for someone that's just so retarded? So I let it go. Or when it's something that's so morally, that I think that's when I told my mom was telling me, don't post this shit on Facebook. Don't shit that you'll never get a job. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't fucking care, because if not everyone starts to stand up, then we're all going to be slaves and everyone's going to wear a mask. And it happened within like months. We saw it in real time. So.
Right. Her love of money supersedes her love of herself and the truth, which is ding, ding, ding. What?
Well, she told me. I mean, she told me this last 2 weeks. She was like, I just because I told her about being a coward, and she goes, I couldn't lose my job, and I guess I was kind of a coward. And she called herself a coward. She goes, I was scared, and I'm a coward. I'm like, well, where's your fucking faith? Like, some of these nurses are gonna get they're gonna get paid out for standing up for losing their job because they wouldn't do what they were told to do.
Right,
my
but then
mom
that
got
same person is going to turn around somewhere in your life and try to give you advice when they're a fearful being. And that's when you have to tell them, listen, not for nothing, unless you're true and correct, which I don't see how you can be with a state of consciousness of fear-based reality, right? For someone who's living in faith, that you don't want or need their advice. And they're going to take that as offensive. So you're going to try to go along to get along, let them bullshit you, play games, all the rest of it, like these people do on these panels. Instead of just saying, hey, who are you? What do you do? How do you live? I don't respect you and I don't respect that. And no offense, but I'm not taking any fucking advice from you. I don't want to be like you. I don't want to live like you. Make these motherfuckers really think. Make them accountable to self-respect and to their position in the community and in the family. You got to earn that. You got to be that to earn that. You don't just get that.
Yeah. Well, I think for my family personally, I think that's why if you truly like live a life of service, like, because I've unlike other people, like, we are one and the same on the highest level, but we were raised, different people were raised differently. And so in any like aspect in my life where I saw someone that was like suffering or in need, or you just never know what people are fucking going through. Some people, they turn to gangs or drugs, or they turn. I didn't have any of that, dude. Like I was a good man most of my entire life. I didn't lie, cheat, steal ever. I've always been honorable. Up until later in my life where I just kind of feel like I was feeling destroyed a little bit, and it kind of fell. And that's probably been in the last few years. And so I've had to like wrap my head around who I want to be and who I am, and what I'm sacrificing for a job or whatever else, for a morality standpoint, because I always did do that. I never was a liar, a cheat. I always gave everything to anyone to make them. I'm probably rambling, but anyways, I feel like the reason that I feel this power of manifestation, that the more that you give in this world and you help people in need, it comes back tenfold. And that's why I've been lucky enough to like have opportunities, even though they haven't probably totally panned out. But I feel like it's different lessons to be learned, and I just got to keep going on with faith and be a good dude. But also, like, going through this, like listening to this, there's no way that I haven't learned something for listening, like, to Paul in these years, to realize like I'm even questioning my own parents or anyone that I care about in life, of how little faith, or if they're are they cowardice, or whether it's made me question some things where it's kind of hard to. It's really easy to go along to get along, but at this point in my life, do I want to give my fucking mom a heart attack when I throw her some real fucking truth?
There you go. It's a fear-based emotion. You're living out of guilt. That's not. This is why this is why one of my mottos, as cliche as it is if the truth shall kill them, let them die. I'm not going to subject myself to a toxic emotion of guilt for being truthful because of how other people will react to it, or potentially what will happen to them. This is more subtle, indirect manipulation. And I guarantee it, if I had a bet. I'm a cosmic gambler, but I'm not a physical gambler. So I'm going to bet metaphysically that this person or someone in your life constantly says that to you every time you try to hold them accountable to their cowardice. Jeffrey, you're gonna give me a heart attack, with their guilt-inducing victimization, appeal to false authority and emotion. It's the
I think
same
it's
nonsense
more.
over and over again.
Well, I think in
You
my
just don't
case,
want it on your head. That's the bottom line. It's all about you and how you feel. It doesn't matter about the truth. That's selfish. You're not saying the truth
well,
doesn't matter. You know it matters. You know it's the one thing we need to observe that we're not observing. That's caused our problems. But you're afraid to observe it because they've all guilted you into just lie for us, Jeffrey, and make us as comfortable as possible. That's how we show love. No, that's how you show you hate yourself and you're a death worshiper and put yourself in favor with a bunch of liars and cowards and out of favor with God.
yeah.
That's
I
just
mean,
how I
if
see
it
it.
was, well, if it was that deep or complicated, then there would be a line drawn. But it's not. It's not really like that with my family. It's more of a. How can I put this into words? Like I don't like. They just have they have a golden heart, so they have good intentions. So it's not a shitty guilt shaming thing. I don't get shamed by my mom
How do you
or my
know
dad.
that? Like, how do you know all this? You say stuff like, how do you know that?
It's because I think I have a little bit of discernment.
Yeah, everyone does. I'm asking what experiences lead you to believe that? Like, how do you know what anybody actually is until they've been put through certain tests and challenges? People can say anything. They can do anything. You don't know who anybody is, you could argue at the core, until you've been through hell with them.
I think my family would do anything, just like me. I would take a bullet
Except for doing what's true and what's right, because they're just so gullible and golden hearted.
No, I think when it comes to family, it's different. I think for them, maybe they might be gullible, but she's kind of came out of it and admitted that I was right about a whole bunch of shit.
Right.
I begged her not to do all the shit, but
Hey, Jeff.
yeah.
One thing I learned is you can never really expose yourself completely to anyone except God. So some things you want to reserve for yourself and Him. Other things that pertain to the world and people, you have to not give your heart out completely to them, only for God. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily encouraging anybody like rock the boat unnecessarily or estrange themselves from their family, but I just see so much fake shit, and just weaponized incompetence and feigning, feigning like nobody knows and nobody can know, and we're just gonna live in bliss and live in our own world, and that's a good person. Somebody who just kind of lives in their own little bubble, and they're just too good-hearted to understand conscience and what makes sense. I don't see the connection. I see a
I'm
bunch
not
of
saying-
worldly, selfish people who typically just want to be comfortable and have pleasure and don't care at all about serving a purpose beyond what they want and don't want. So oftentimes my perspective of the average suburbanite is not, what folks would like to believe that it is for themselves and their experience. I've never seen it that way. Maybe it's my poisoned well on humanity.
Yeah.
But it's like my
Yeah,
father
so
used to go,
do-
this guy's a good guy. This guy's a good guy. I go, why do you say that? And it's like some feeling they have. And I go, are you going to give me an experience, a set of experiences? Where they've been tested and challenged and come out on top? Where have they shown themselves to be honorable and trustworthy and discerning and all the rest of it? If not, like, what do you mean by good people? I never understood that. And it's like some feeling people have. And then I go, your feelings are obviously very deceptive. You're very wrong, because you regularly hang out with these good people. And then at some point they show themselves to be exactly what they are. Cowardly, slave-like infidels who turn on anybody to save themselves.
So, and I would say to that, like, do you feel like you have a grasp on any kind of true love or like a loving feeling? Or do you just reject that because you've never felt like you really truly had it because it's not real? What if, say to me, like, if you really believe that your parents love you and would do anything and everything for you to keep you safe and had your best intentions. And I feel like maybe your parents didn't. Obviously your mom didn't, or she wasn't there. That's not your fault. But your father, you know, you can look at him at like a different aspect of growing up and be like, this man, all he cares about is money and play. Like my parents weren't like that. Like my dad is not like that. He's the one dude I look up to. Like he's probably a better man than I am. So if you can look at your father to
What makes him a better man?
he's the truth. He never lies to a fault. He worked for his family. He just does everything that's honorable as a person. Like,
so you know my litmus
South
test,
Cal.
you know, as far as the rights and the freedom and, you know, stuff like that.
Like
I
he
mean,
did, I know, but I'm saying he doesn't know any about that. But like, he didn't even sue his company. Like, he got burnt like a killing. And he's like, no, they've been good to me. I'm not gonna sue him. He's just, I don't know. My dad's just a good dude, and he doesn't really.
You're describing a nice slave.
He may be, but he doesn't know.
Doesn't stand up for himself in anywhere, and that's where you get it from.
Slavery wasn't always as bad as it is right now.
That's a good point.
Please. The point is, you just went to cite his virtues, and I'm telling you, he's the main problem for you. And this is exactly my point. Thank you for illustrating. That's why I asked. I usually ask questions that I know the answer to, or I hypothesize the answer to, and I have pretty good percentages. So you just described to me the idea of, this is exactly my point with my father and the others. A good person equals a nice slave who gets abused, whipped on, beaten on, taken advantage of, and never fucking stands for themselves. And then you want to tell me why everything you do turns to shit and doesn't work? Because you learned from daddy a toxic feminine archetype of submission and yielding no matter what. Because he's just too fucking cowardly to take life on life's terms and stand for himself and the truth. You want to tell me that's a good guy? He's the truth. He's the best. I'm your daddy now. How about that?
No, I'm telling you. No,
I'm your daddy now.
I'm telling you this.
And I'm going to trigger a whole bunch of people watching who are going to hate on me anyway. Say it. I'm your daddy now. Because this is my point. I'm so sick and tired of you folks coming here and telling me the people who you look up to, who are your heroes, who you idol worship, who are just so good, who don't stand for what's true and what's right anywhere in life, are good people when they're actually bad people. And that's why you don't have success in certain areas in life.
He's not a bad. No.
I'm telling you, one of the redeemable things about my father that I've witnessed with him is his ability to not take no for an answer and to not be abused in certain situations and not be made a fool of and be turned into a sucker to a fault, where obviously he's willing to lie and make shit up and do underhanded tactics with me in order to get his way. That's a different discussion. The point is, I've regularly witnessed him get refunds and get money back and get all types of things done because he wasn't willing to be walked all over and treated like a good little slave in certain instances. I took that to the next level, obviously, as we know. So that's what makes a man on some level. It's the ability to submit and yield at certain times and to activate and do what's true and correct other times. So I don't know why you would reference your father as being heroic in any way, only because he's your daddy and you've never moved into, I guess, an objective space of being able to see everyone for who they are, separate from how you feel about them. If that works for you and you like that, I'm not here to destroy your comfortable illusion. I don't see it the same way.
That point that you made, Paul, real quick, of knowing when is so true. It's very important.
Paul doesn't have kids, and I know it for a fact. You know it for a fact because I've made my whole life known on here while you sit in the chat and pretend to be something you're not. Steve, it's like the third or fourth time tonight. How many more times do you want me to let you sit around, watch, wait, and hate on me, project onto me, and play games instead of come up here, have an interaction, resolve your issues, or have me throw you the fuck out? kind of like 3 to 4 options here. I guess I could completely ignore you and just let you continue to take snipes at me from the chat box, but you know, why not just this is part of the content, right? The non-tent, this is part of what we do here, just audience engagement. Ban me, little bitch. You're the little bitch who's sitting in a chat box with your Twitter fingers making comments about me and my life because you're too fucking scared to come up here and have a conversation as a man. That's you. You're the bitch. Stop projecting on me. You guys do this all day, every day.
Chat.
I need to have you know about what makes sense, right? Yeah, totally. Oh, there's my chat box. There it is. Yeah. There's Steve. There's Steve. Again, we're back to, can we incorporate a sense of care and a sense of objectivity to have the holistic picture that creates discernment, right? So I'm not lacking in empathy. I probably could have said it a little bit nicer and kinder and politer, but I'd rather not waste time. And I believe you're a big boy and you can handle the truth as I see it. If it's not true for you or true objectively, then I was just the asshole once again for the night. But I don't think so. I think that there's clear continuity and co-creative connection or lack thereof to the examples we've seen growing up and what we've equated to, born into an asylum, what we've equated goodness to, which is actually weakness, when greatness is actually shown to be strength, from what I've seen. Right. So
I guess I fucked up for pointing out the one.
No, you didn't fuck up. You gave us exactly what we needed.
No, but I'm saying I just disagree because my father's the perfect example of no matter. He was my coach. He was through the whole fucking thing. Like he never.
You just told me somebody has no instinct or intuition to be free, and you're telling me to be the most honorable man, and not for nothing.
Okay,
should I do Talcott and say let's get back to me? I mean, this is ridiculous.
So what's honorable to
your first example was of his weakness and willingness to be used as a doormat, not stand for himself and his family and what's true and what's right. I don't understand that.
Okay, to make no, he was stood where what he thought was his virtue for his job because he didn't want to lose it. He didn't know any better. Maybe
you keep saying he didn't know any better, so then he's stupid.
Well, a lot of people don't know any better until
I don't understand. You're saying your father's a perfect example of someone. This is fascinating. And then you keep saying this is the third or fourth thing you said he didn't know any better. I'm how old and he's how old and I know better and he doesn't yet. He's stupid. He's not a good example.
I'm just saying.
I'm going into Matt speak now. I'm going into Matt speak, which is used to be sarcasm. This is laughable.
The thing is,
so he's such a great guy. Let me get this right. He's such a great guy because he has no instinct or intuition and no truth. And when you try to hold him accountable, he goes, "I just didn't know."
The thing
what
is,
a fucking what an ideologue! What a hero!
Back in the day, the slave lifestyle paid off. It doesn't anymore.
Please, either I'm completely misunderstanding what he's saying, or I'm understanding it completely.
Yeah, you are misunderstanding. He didn't know to sue his fucking company. Cool.
How many other things does he not know about in life?
That makes him a shitty man that's non-honorable to take care of his family, to do all this shit. So he didn't sue his company when he should have. That was the example I gave. And now you're turning it around to my father's. He doesn't.
You said he just said, "We'll just let it go." It changed. You said, "We'll just let it go."
He let it go because he was 27 years old. This is like 1987.
He let it go because he's an undisciplined, undedicated coward, most likely. If I had to guess,
he was 27 years old and didn't fucking know shit. Oh my god! Like you didn't know shit.
You're just delusional, man. You just want to prop up your daddy and try to do this.
I believe in him. I believe
in him. I can't stop you, nor would I try to stop you from believing in a motherfucker. I don't believe in you the way that you present at times and what you stand on and don't. So I can't see the correlation there. If he produced you and I see the way you show up at times and present and what you identify with, I don't believe in that.
I believe
so
in
you want me to none of us can change who or what we believe in because of what's been shown. So, like, could I have some other examples? Because your first example was he just let something go and then you want to say how age he is. Like, age is a barometer of get up and go and motivation to do what's true and correct with your instincts and intuition. If you're saying someone's a model
I'm
being,
just saying he's
I'm
always
not
been there.
going to me, and I'm not going to like. We could pick someone else, but like, if you're going to say he's a model being, can I have some examples of where he's free, and he's empowered and inspiring and co-creative, and is he a great talker? Like, what are we saying? What is this other than you going, he's my daddy and he's the best and I love him and I don't want anyone to change how I see him? Like, okay, I'm not down on that.
He's been there. He's been there for me, and he loves me. That's it. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
The fact that both you guys have talked about how your dad stood out like this proves that I'm your daddy.
Reek is back again. There he is.
I'm just
He
saying
loves
that
you.
he's been.
He loves you, and he's there for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
And what example of being an honorable, righteous, empowered, inspiring, co-creative man has he shown you?
He's taught me how to hunt. He's taught me how to fix my own cars. He's been my coach.
Taught you how to kill defenseless animals. Okay. Go on.
So you're just gonna pick apart like everything that.
Absolutely, that's what I do here. Have you only been here for 3 years?
I have no qualms with my dad. He's been a great father to me. So no matter what you say to me, it's gonna be laughable.
And I'm sure he pays the tax to do wars around the world and all the rest of it, right?
So does like 98% of America.
Because he just doesn't. Oh, there you go. Everyone else does it. Great logic, Pizer. You're doing great as a broken child. We just do what everyone else does and then claim that it's individualized.
No,
manhood.
I'm saying you can say
Great
that too.
Stuff. Great stuff. I couldn't have written it any better. Let's keep going. This is what I do here. Yeah. Point out how ridiculously hypocritical and delusional you and others are. Yes, that's what I do here.
Okay, so
He's a weak, cowardly slave who does what every other inauthentic corporate beta male does on this land. Kill defenseless animals, pay to have people killed around the world, and claim to be a good American because ignorance is bliss. I know.
Okay, so
have
that's
any
99% of the world.
In life? He shows you leadership. He's empowered. Anything?
So 99% of the world's cowardly.
Fixes his car, right? Changes his oil. Great stuff. Yes, we've been over this, Pizer. You've only been here 3 years.
Okay, so bring up 1,000 guests.
Now call me a narcissist and an egotist, man. Let's get it over with.
No, I won't do that.
Well, you should, because that's what everyone else is going to do to just cope and justify their inadequacies and inequities.
I'm saying that I got raised well by my parents.
I'm not buying it. I don't see an empowered, inspired man who stands for himself in all venues and commands respect. And I'm pretty sure your father's probably the same way, if I had to guess. Not saying my father, and I'm not even doing the analysis of me. Like, you can do the analysis on me. Go ahead and do it. Like, I'm fat, I'm an asshole, I'm whatever. I'm not seeing that with you, and I'm guessing he doesn't have that to give to you because you just kind of told me.
Okay, so I'm not empowered. Is that what
I don't see that, Pizer. I wouldn't describe you as an empowered man. You're just kind of like, whatever, we're going along to get along, laissez-faire, almost toxic feminine, and they're just, kind of, that's the energy. I don't know how else to describe it. I wouldn't say that you're a focused, inspiring, empowered man. It's not what kind of,
that's not what everyone else around me would say.
Impression.
That's your internet impression, but that's not what
I know, but you're now doing the wizard and the Talcott, where they say everyone around me who's nobody or a few people who are also delusional about themselves agree with me. So this is
where you say on the ground, what have you done? And I'm like, I'm going to tell you that I owned a bar at 24 years old. I owned a pot farm at 30 years old. I own my second pot farm at 40 years old. 10,000 square feet.
What is this? You're now describing corporate positions to me.
No, you're saying what does an empowered man do but run a business, lead men, have 4 businesses in their life, And what do?
And pay the tax for everyone to
You
go
talk
to
and
war.
and I pay the taxes. Okay, so an empowered,
I don't understand. You're
inspired man.
hoeing
I don't.
for
No,
the
no,
system.
I'm not an empowering.
You just
I'm
described
an
3
inspired
positions where you hoed to pay the system. How does that make
Okay,
any sense?
So now I'm not empowered ever. So
That's disempowered.
No one here.
You
no
had
one here is
3
empowered,
things you
inspired.
did. You had 3 things you did that only served you and your comforts, and for you to
And
pay
everyone
for the
else.
satanic system to exist. You're a hoe. That's disempowered.
Okay. So instead of just working for myself or working for others, I
Yeah.
have 3 businesses. I own my own businesses, have my own land, did all the things that you're trying to do at this point. I've already had it. So I'm not inspired.
What does that mean? I
I'm
already
not
had it.
empowered.
This isn't
I'm no
over
better.
ever.
I'm
What do you
weak.
think? This is some flash
I'm
in the pan
weak.
fad?
I'm weak, unempowered, and when I've owned my own shit.
Why? So now you're now getting defensive and emotional about me sharing my perspective of you. What's the point of you talking with me for 3 years now? If this is amazing. We've done this before. Do you not remember? You guys have really bad
I'm
memory.
rebuttaling your fucking. I'm countering.
There's no rebuttal. You just went to an emotional appeal. You ignored all the
No,
facts.
it's not emotional.
You
it's
have
a
your
factual
own
appeal.
standard, subjective standard of what inspiring and empowered is, and it really doesn't amount to anything other than you worked a bunch of corporate positions. You're now saying something
No,
about
they
being on the
weren't
land.
corporate. No, they were never corporate.
This is
I
now
own
turned
my own
into some
businesses.
competition, non-petition with me, which is what it always turns into, because I'm just
No.
sharing my perspective. If you believe in you and your daddy and what you're doing, why do you even care what I'm saying? Oh, wow. Interesting, huh? Tables have turned, Mr. Pizer. Why do you even come here and put it before me and even react or care what I'm saying if it's not to just correct the record when there's no correcting the record? You act like I don't know me, so I can't know you. I'm not claiming exemption. You are.
You said I was uninspiring, not empowered. Haven't
You
done
don't
shit.
inspire
And then
me. You want me to
no.
say you're inspiring to me? That you're an empowering, inspiring person to me? That I go, wow. Jeffrey really makes me want to get up and go today. Like when I roll out of bed, I go, I think of Jeffrey Pizer. I don't.
Well, cool.
Am I?
Good
Are
for
you? Do I owe you that?
No, you
Was I
don't,
supposed to
but-
say it in a different way?
No. I'm just. You said, "What have you done?" You regularly say, "What are you doing? What have you done? What are the results?" These are my results as a man.
And you said to me, I've had 3 or 4 different things. They never work, which is pretty much you lose them and fail at them. And you said, I pretty much, while I do it, just take care of my comforts and pay for slavery and genocide. And my daddy taught me to kill defenseless animals. And I'm supposed to find that as empowering and inspiring? This is bizarre.
That's a great way to manipulate and fucking twist.
Well, because I won't maximize your non-accomplishments into your legend in your own mind fantasy, because I'm like calling it the way it actually is. You have multiple businesses endeavors that have failed. You have not become wealthy with them. You've lost money, as far as I understand. So, inspiring, empowering again? 3 businesses that failed. You haven't got any monetary gain significantly.
Who cares?
And you're a slave. And quite frankly, you have an effeminate way about you. But I'm supposed to be inspired and feel that that's empowered. Why do you guys do this to me? Why do you put me in this position? I have to be such an asshole and a bad guy by talking about obvious truth that everyone else in the room would see and feel and think, but wouldn't say it. Just like you won't at the family dinner.
Everyone else in the room feels and thinks it. I don't think everyone in the room feels and thinks that.
Do we have to take a vote? I'm willing to be the asshole. It's what I do here. It's like
take a vote about it, but I've done a lot of things.
One in the chat. If Jeffrey having 3 corporate positions that didn't lead to any significant financial gain. You said you didn't make a go of it. You had to sell it because, or they took possession of it because it's not successful. It's not producing the revenue as projected. That's unsuccessful. The point of business is they put down a projection. This is what we're spending. This is what we're going to make. If you don't hit the projection, it's a failure. If you do it multiple years in a row, it's still a failure. If you can't get to the projected outcome, it's a failure.
Who has?
So you want to enter your feelings into business?
No,
That's
it doesn't
why.
matter. It's what I've done and what I've learned, dude. It's me having the
Okay,
intuition.
so you're on a quest and a journey to actualization and realization, inspiration and empowerment. I'm not getting it from you so far. It doesn't mean it's not there potentially. To describe yourself and your father as that, I don't know him. I haven't met him. I've met what he's produced, and I'm not seeing it and feeling it. One in the chat, if Jeffrey's corporate failures over and over again are inspiring and empowering, or his countenance or way of speaking, it's just not two words I would use. Are you entertaining at times? Yes. Do you have a way of calling on inspiration when you speak about certain things, the word of truth and God? Yes. That's pretty much all I do here if I ever am inspiring, really. I don't, but like, for you to go, this is what I'm doing on the ground, this is what I'm involved in, and it's inspiring and empowering, I'm not seeing and feeling that. I may have that myself sometimes in certain ways with the word of truth and in certain venues. Mainly it's courting.
Do you want to see what I built?
I don't want to see your penis, Jeffrey. You've asked me this before in private.
Just don't turn on your regulars, bro. Just chill. Just trust
here
me
we
that
go.
my
Turning on the regulars. Now you're gonna give me. He's gonna get you to trip me, guilt trip me. Bro, we're not at the bar here. I'm not serving you. You're not serving me. The way I serve here is by talking what I see and feel, and then you deciding how much that makes sense to you and is real, and how much is just me being an asshole.
All right,
You get to decide. You and the audience. One vote. Apparently, everyone else was inspired, empowered. Because I only got, there you go. See, you win. I said one in the chat. If Jeffrey's not inspiring you or empowering you with his various failed businesses and at times effeminate presentment and kind of whiny voice and emotional appeal.
I can't have my fucking voice, bro. I don't have a gorilla
There's
voice.
84 other people here. You win. 84 other people here are inspired and empowered by you. I'm an asshole. That's what we learned. Well, we took a race.
You got to feel it. You got to feel
Anyone
me, Paul.
else? Is that final one?
Dude, you got to feel me, bro.
All right, final votes on that. I said that 80, maybe all 85 people just overdosed on fentanyl.
Okay,
it's going around lately. They're dead at the screen. They haven't clicked off.
Let's do
You've inspired these people to go to sleep or commit suicide, is what it is. It turns out you are inspiring and empowering. You inspired and empowered a whole chat to shut down and kill themselves or go to sleep. I can't get anyone to type anything down there all of a sudden. It's almost as if I'm not on air anymore. All right, I was wrong.
You're inspiring me to come give you a hug. I keep telling you that over and over.
Oh, okay. I know. That's great, Jeffrey.
But not from the back, bro.
You guys do this. You're all like it's like Talcott, right? He'll somehow spin it that I'm just such an angry, miserable person.
No, but
what
is it?
But what?
Does it kill you to think that someone could actually feel like some true fucking love from their parents?
Again, you came in with this. You came in with this. Like, Jeffrey, just tell me what the script is next time, and I'll play the part completely. Because you came in with this game you want to play with me, where like you provide an answer and I play into that, and then you like prove me to be like, no, there's been other people who have come on here and I don't. You made the statement, so I delved a little bit. I was a delver. I go, he's like, he wants me to do this. I'm pretty good at this. I go, he's obviously playing some game with me. I'm gonna bite on this because we're gonna get to the bottom of something. And sure enough, you kind of did. Like we're if I guarantee if I bring your father in here and he basically walks in like Richard Simmons, I'm gonna
dude,
hello. He's gonna walk in.
No, my
hello,
dad.
I'm Jeffrey's father.
No, my fucking dad made fun of me for fucking.
I'm inspiring. I'm empowering.
When I was into when I was into working out, my dad was like, "What the fuck are you shaving your body for, you faggot?"
He said, "Come on in here and shower with me, you fucking homo." Like Joe Biden and his daughter. Come on in here, Jill. Those little A cup man tits you're growing are inspiring and empowering, Kaiser. I'll tell you that.
Thank you. Let me see yours.
I think
Those
I got
D-cups.
you beat though. I may have you beat, but they are pretty inspiring and empowering.
I don't feel empowering now. I'm gonna go to bed and I'm gonna cry myself to sleep.
Wait, you already felt empowered?
No, I'm gonna smoke. You disempowered me. I'm gonna smoke a fat blunt.
Right.
Take a King's. I'm gonna do some Rick Simpson. I'm gonna do a half a vial of Rick Simpson oil. Cry myself to sleep.
Indirectly proving that you would be disempowered at that point, because if all I had to do was say what I perceived and then you showed what I said, that proves it was already there.
I'm gonna call my dad tomorrow and say, "Fuck you, I hate you,
right,
right, pussy."
Yeah, well, that's the reality of it. We know he's a pussy.
I'm gonna tell him I'm not coming home for Christmas.
Good.
You fucking slave. I'm gonna put him in a headlock.
Right. You got 34 years out of me of going along to get along with your bitch assness. You had me gaslit and convinced that you were a good person. You're nothing more than a cowardly slave. My new daddy online showed me that indirectly by, what he's saying and doing. And
we're gonna do it live on
I won't
YouTube.
be joining you for your weak ass, pathetic, selfish, unthankful, ungrateful celebration where you stuff yourselves and just live some hedonic fucking quest for pleasure and self-satisfaction while you do nothing for your country and the land and the people and the rest of the world. Right.
I thought, what if I go home for Christmas? My mom I love her to death, but she is the devouring mother. Like, she is the
yeah.
It's like when I go home, she takes my
and then your
dad
comes in and this is your dad.
Insane.
No, my dad, they're divorced.
He comes in the room like this. And I go, oh, hey, Jeffrey's dad.
Look at that beautiful
yeah, it's a beautiful neck. It's
extra large is getting jealous.
Yeah,
how is
very inspiring and empowering.
How is that guy? Okay, that guy. You fell for
Jeffrey's
it,
dad, everyone.
For a week. Or two.
Right, so what's the other side of the devouring mother? Tyrannical father. So he presents false strength. That's why you bought into him being heroic and masculine and powerful. But somehow, some way, you've rejected him, and I believe identified more with your mother. So you don't really believe in him. Like you said, I believe in him. But I didn't even believe in you when you said that. It was almost like you came here subconsciously because you don't believe in him. And you know he's a slave. And you know he goes along to get along. And you know he's tyrannical because he projects false strength at times. But really, he's a coward. Is anything on here? Are we do I have to demystify and interpret everything as an inversion of what's said and what's shown to get to the bottom of it? Because it's it's either one of two things. Either you're a gullible dupe who believes in someone who doesn't believe in themselves and doesn't live the truth, or you don't really believe in him and it bothers you. So you're pushing the other side of things, to try to validate it. I didn't ask you. I don't need it to be true or not. And guess what? Like the first statement you made, yes, I would have thought you would know by now that I've said it verbally over and over. I think that the majority of people are cowardly slaves, and I have reasons. And those reasons are why I've changed the way that I've lived completely and will continue to. So I'm not exempt from the dynamic. It's because I'm not exempt that I can talk about it. It doesn't make me arrogant and conceited. Makes me confident in faith of my results and how I'm living, and makes me not believe in other motherfuckers who just didn't know any better, and now that they know any better are not doing any better. It's not personal to you.
Okay, so would you say this? The people that don't know any better but did their best, the most truest version of them being a father, and I'm not saying in a bad way, but in a good way. They did all that they could with everything that they had in their being to be there for their kids and their family. That's what I say with.
I don't know what that means because
I don't want to call him a coward for that. Maybe for rolling over and not suing his company because he didn't want to get fired or some shit when that was in 1987 or some shit. I probably shouldn't even have brought it up because it just shows
like this woman here says, maybe he's comfortable thinking that. You're not revealing anything to me that I don't know. It's not a maybe. Most people are comfortable thinking something that's not true. That's our problem here. It's like literally like dealing with like children almost. Where we've looped this 1,000. I could loop this. It's been 6.5 hours today. I've indulged this because Jennifer's not here and it's rather uneventful. And hey, we're here and whatever. Like, okay, I could just go be with myself. Everything's cool, either way. It's like, there's no maybe here. Like, you guys know where I stand. It's pretty cut and dry. It's never going to change till it does. If it does, I'll let you know. It hasn't yet. Yeah, maybe he and others, like the majority of people in this world, are comfortable thinking things that are not true. Maybe that's why everyone did the last 4 years vaccinated. Maybe that's why they're voting for masters. Maybe that's why they say people are good people when they're not. They're just nice slaves who are disempowered and uninspiring. If you like it, I love it. As long as I'm not doing it and I don't have it around me beyond whatever my limited interaction is here, and when I do have it around me, I accept the differences in choice for what it is, and I don't project onto it one way or the other because it is what it is, as we used to say on the East Coast. There's nothing mysterious here, right? So you're saying people didn't know better. You're not giving them enough credit. It's just really simple. Most people have an instinct or an intuition. They kill it off early on in life to be okay and comfortable and successful in the world. That makes them a coward and makes them just like everybody else. They're not individualized. They're not inspiring, and they're not empowered. They're the antithesis of that. Their goal only to get along, slave, just like everyone else. Satan's their daddy, ultimately. They're not. So this is just the way that I say it, and I have reasons for why I say that, and it's tried and true. These are the same people who threw their own family members and themselves to the wolves over and over again, and they're going to do it again at some point. I got news for you. They're going to do it again. So buck up and prepare for that. When it comes time to die or go through their sickness or whatever else, they're going to lean on the state of and all the Babylonian magic and sickness and sorcery. They're going to tell you you're an asshole for believing in anything supernatural. So get ready for that. You guys act like I'm not experiencing it. Like I don't have 10 fucking people in my family who are dead now and 1 or 2 left who are dying, who are all did the same things on every level in their life. Your family's different, right? The Pisers are different. Let's cut the fuck. It's all the same thing over and over again. Stop me where I'm wrong. Show me. Don't tell me your feelers. Stop me in reality how everyone's not the same fucking people over and over again, doing the same things for the same reasons, to the same outcomes, and calling it the same thing that it's not. What is a bad man but a good man's job? What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? Understand this, you'll understand everything of what I'm talking about. That's the Tao, 600 years, 800 years before the Bible. All right there, hasn't changed yet.
I will say it's different for me.
You're not saying anything. I am saying stuff. I'm using words. They have meaning. They point to experiences. The experiences have value. If you let it be. Steve, you're gone. If I'm not saying anything, why are you still here 3 hours later? Watcher, waiter, hater, loser. Banned from the channel now indefinitely. Can't get their shit together.
He probably had a beta male dad.
Who didn't hear? Oh, wait. Who didn't have a cucked out beta male corporate servant slave who was all about money and pussy and the worldly things and didn't give a fuck about what's true and what's right on some level because it meant his ass was on the line? I'll wait. I didn't.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
think-
step right up, Tiff. Let's hear it and let's see it because you'll say that you didn't. And when we go to the facts in the record, 9 out of 10 times, that's all there is there. So I'm open to play this game further because you've been piping up, and I know that you've already identified with Pizer because you already told me your excuse for him and his excuse for you. Maybe he's comfortable thinking that. So step right up and show me how you're going to be the same way, comfortable in thinking something that's not true because you just made an excuse for him. You already identified with the problem, so I already know where this is going to go, I suspect. But I'm open to be proven and shown wrong. That's what makes this game fun and interesting. And we won't even go with what you show me because you can't show me here, but you're going to tell me. And by what you tell me, we're going to deduce a route to what's actually going on. And that's going to reveal what it actually is. My dad is a strong, solid guy. You're saying that. Everyone here would say that. They choose to believe that. What's the record show? All I'm asking. If the record is there.
I still say it from my experience. My experience is that's what it's been. There's never been a moment.
But again, your characterization of it is not the same as mine. Where I've watched a whole bunch of people tell me when I question them that they've stopped seeking at some point. They don't care about the truth. They're in the world and of it, telling me they didn't know because they just decide to not follow their intuition and their instincts because they know what they're going to find and they're too cowardly to do it, is not telling me somebody's good and strong and solid. And that's 9 out of 10 folks at least. So you're going to tell me some offhanded thing at the park. He put his arm around you. He told you some offhanded anecdote. He walked you at a school prom. He went through divorce. You're going to give me all these anecdotal scenarios that like make your nervous system feel something. But on the record, who and what it is another NPC statist, cocked out corporate coward slave. 9 out of 10 fucking times. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in. So I'm kind of tired of everyone's delusion and denial. It's getting frustrating. And you're trying to project onto me that it's my daddy issues that I'm trying to project onto everyone else. And it's boring and it's nonsense. And you know what the fuck I'm saying is true. And you're dancing around the issue. So keep enabling, keep justifying, keep making excuses, keep being comfortable with what you choose to think. And we're going deeper into slavery and genocide, folks. And when they pop another one and put your grandma in a box, I don't give a fuck. I don't. Because I want you to sit right there when they do it and tell me how strong and solid your daddy is. Don't give a fuck. See? Can't give a fuck because you motherfuckers will use it against me. Right? We have to stand for what's true and what's right, despite what you feel. I'm not capable in these venues of feeling certain things. Because if I do, you'll use it against me to ignore the truth. We can't do that. Can't allow it. Sorry.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't give a fuck about what you think about my father.
You don't have to. The facts remain the same. You can stop talking now. Your feelings and thoughts don't matter. We know who and what he is. We know what he does and doesn't do, and we know what that makes him. Just leave it at that. You could project and reject and fantasize all you want. Your daddy's part of the problem, just like my daddy, just like her daddy is most likely, and everyone else here. Stop the cap, stop the cope. You want to cap and cope? Do it outside of this gorilla enclosure. Probably not the best place for it. Go to a safe space and do it. They'll let you cap and cope your way to your heart's content.
Well, cool. I'm not worried about what kind of man.
You don't have to be worried for the reality to be what it is and history to repeat and rhyme because it's always been the same person from the beginning of time. There's no differentiation from your daddy and everyone else's daddy and all the daddies down the line, the majority of them. That's why there's great men and there's everyone else. Hello? How few great men do we have in history to look at? It's like handfuls. Across thousands of years, we have handfuls of great men who stood up and stood out and stood on something. The rest are just another number, just another name, not even worth looking at, not entitled to any respect for a reason. So tell me all about how they're good while they're not. They're bad, statist, feudalist slaves, and they're definitely not great. We know that because nobody's going to remember their name for anything they've done. They've just been like everyone else here. You think that's inspiring and empowering? That's my nightmare. So you enjoy. Go be inspired and empowered to do and be nothing, to go along to get along, to be another corporatist, cucked out, fascist, statist slave. And I'll be inspired and empowered by the things I'm inspired and empowered by. Does that work for you and everyone else? Don't know what else to tell you, really. Think it's kind of foolish that you would attempt to be this deluded and delusional and pretend you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about and what we all just went through. But okay, we're back to new normal. You guys will adapt and you'll be good slaves and continue to go on and make excuses and let them people take this place. Right. And then you'll turn around like what's his name and say, this is my job to do what's true and what's right and to sacrifice and deal with consequences and put the law on the record. It's not your daddy's job, but he's the most inspiring person you ever met, of course. He's so empowered, such a strong, solid guy. Right. Tell me all about it. You believe it, I believe it. That's my new thing. You say it, then it must be true. So let's just ride with that. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelers. I don't want to try to delete any comfortable thoughts anybody has. To their own detriment, right? You get to choose whatever reality to believe in you want here. That's what makes it great, huh? The truth doesn't have to be so bitter. There you go. Focusing on my tone again. They all do the same fucking games day in and day. I'm on 6. Imagine this. I'm on almost 7 hours of just one broadcast. And this dumb bitch is going to sit there and go, the truth doesn't have to be so bitter. 6.5 fucking hours of essentially looping, just like we have the last fucking however many years, the same loop within a loop. And she's going to have the nerve to now police my tone while she's sitting down there playing games, lying to herself and everyone else, projecting, rejecting. Now we're going to spin again. How Paulie boy, how their daddy's perfect. Paulie boy didn't love them. Just coping and capping. Truth doesn't have to be so bitter, right? It's totally not frustrating at all, you know? Like, I know you want to hold me to a Christ-like standard, to a guy who took a whip out on people. I didn't start whipping anyone yet today. Haven't yet for 1,000 days straight. But I know I'm just so fucking bitter because you guys keep capping and coping, bullshitting yourselves and everyone else around you, insulting intelligence, blaspheming, saying shit that's not true, arguing with me, putting up resistance to me and what I'm saying and the truth. But it's my tone again. See, it always comes back to me. I'm the bad guy. I'm now it's true, right? So first it wasn't true and I shouldn't have said it because I'm wrong for that. But now it is true, but it shouldn't have been delivered in such a bitter way. But we're 7 hours in, right? And this is why it doesn't matter if I do 7 hours or 30 minutes. It's always the same loop. It's always the same cap. It's always the same cope. It's always the same justifications, excuses, reactions. It's fascinating as much as it is boring at this point. It's just like dealing with the same person over and over again with the same set of dysfunctions and nonsensical retorts. There you go. You can keep your tone. Doesn't bother me. You just seem upset, right? Because you're caring for me now. I'm so upset and you're caring for me. Thank you, Tiff. For being there to care for me. I'm so upset I don't know what to do with myself, and it's lucky that I had you there. You know. Thoughts, Jeffrey Pizer. I think I'm going to wrap up. We extended this twice as long as what I normally do and planned on, and I'm realizing why I normally don't do that. I'm realizing why I don't want to be like Slow Slave or Illuma Slavery.
Yeah, we're not. So I'm gonna call my dad. I'm gonna tell on you. I'm gonna tattletale on you, and he's gonna give you a voicemail. No, I'm just kidding.
Right. Truth can be comfortable too.
Yeah, no. Well, here's the deal. That's fine.
Is truth typically comfortable for you, Pizer, with other people in life, or is it usually combative? Because Tiff is now, she's gone from what I'm saying is not true, doesn't apply to her, to maybe it is true, but the way I said it maybe could have been better. What game is she playing? What game are they always playing? Right? We're like, because like she was the one being combative and resistant, and then when I like match that, or like when I respond the way I do with a certain tone, and it's like, well, you need to change that.
I'll tell you this. So I'm not trying to be like, if I were to be offended, then then it, like you would say, if it's true or not true, then it wouldn't bother me. So I don't have to sit here and defend like the reality. I'll think on what some of the things that you said. I think that there's certain ways in life that everyone's imperfect or cowardly, but I think my dad, as a man, is loyal, honorable, good guy, the best I could ask for. Knowing what I know now about the world and capitulating and all this other shit, I want to be grander than that. So if that makes me makes him a coward or more of a coward than me, then that's fine. But I think he was one of the best dudes I could ask for as a father, for me at least. I think what he anyways, I just think he taught me to be honorable, golden rule, treat people right, do the right thing. He took care of us, did whatever it took, and he's not a liar or cheater or stealer. So for what that's worth, if he's still a piece of shit for that, then I guess he's a piece of shit.
We don't have to go to the, we don't see, you guys make me go to the extreme, and then you try to turn around and go, man, why'd you have to call daddy a piece of shit and all the rest of it? Well, I have to jump out the window because you try to say he's the best role model, he's the best thing ever. And then I go, well, he's actually a fascistic, corporatist, statist slave.
Well, then
and
he's the best.
It's like, that doesn't make him, that doesn't, I mean, it makes it whatever you have to make it for you to accept the truth and cope. Like, I don't need to have a if then statement. It's like, this is what they're doing. This is what it leads to. This is what it creates. The rest of his persona, I'm not interested in. So, or at least I'm interested to a limited degree. Like you said, he doesn't lie, doesn't cheat, doesn't steal. He's honest and honorable as far as he's forthcoming and realistic and authentic. There's a whole other reality, the litmus test, like we came into this, me saying that I think you have to apply to everyone to realize a greater picture of what's going on here, how this thing gets us in judgment. So this is exactly the greatest trick the devil ever did, was convincing everyone it didn't exist. And the greatest lie is the one closest to truth. So when you want to tell me all this, my original contention is you're going to tell me that he may be a nice guy, kind guy, polite guy, honest guy, whatever. That's to a degree. He's obviously not too honest with himself and others, or he'd have found out what I found out, because I'm a pretty honest guy and authentic to some degree. I'm not claiming to be a completed picture, but I'm saying more so than him, obviously, because I was able to seek and find a truth that more realistically encompasses the dynamic that we're looking at and dealing with. I'm not delusional and deluded. I'm realistic, I'm in reality, and I'm providing solutions for the problems we face. So, again, that's my litmus test, because I find when you put most people up to that test, they fail the test, and that may be one of the most important ones, is, are we upholding the law of the land? You said he's a loyal person. They used to use a phrase on the street, loyal to the soil. If he doesn't uphold the law of the land, and he's not standing for what's true and what's right for this land and these people, as I'm attempting to do at times for myself and my walk with God, then I don't consider him to be a loyal person. I consider him to be a political prisoner, slave, corporatist slave. And you can think and feel and whatever you want about that. I hold myself and everyone else to the same standard. And that's what inspires me and empowers me to do something different. Right? It doesn't have to be true for the rest of you. I contend that it is. If you say that it's not, and you can really get yourself to believe it, who am I at the end of the day? It's like, you guys put stock in me because you respect me and my perspective. And then when I give you my perspective, it's like you want to go, hey, I don't want that to be true. And I go, I know you don't. None of us do. But sorry to tell you, this is what honest and honorable looks and feels like. Straight to the point, not pulling any punches, and encompassing the whole dynamic, not just little cherry-picked pieces of what we like and don't like. Right?
What do you consider to be?
How do you suggest he fixes his cut corporate dad? There, you are suggesting that I'm suggesting he fix his cut corporate dad. I'm suggesting we fix ourselves and be the change and be the example, and they either follow us or they don't. Their life is over. Our lives, we're pretty much middle-aged at this point or less. We still have time left. We still have energy and attention. We still have a will, and some of us an energy to get up and go to some degree. If he's still got that and he's able and willing, he can too. If not, he had his chance. I could argue it's never over. right? Because really, it's a spiritual thing first and foremost. It's a mental, emotional, spiritual state of beingness. So I don't tell anybody that they should have to fix anybody. If anything, you're here to fix yourself, for you to get alignment with what you see and feel as truth when you've had the revelation given to you, and walk with what you know you need to be doing, with what makes sense. It isn't really that hard. It's pretty simple. The whole world is governed by policy and code. That makes you corporatists. If you serve the corporation, then you're not serving God. That's why these societies and these cultures are going down the drain. Can't serve two masters. Don't say that I like this. Don't say it's not scary. Just telling you what I see and what I try to practice. Don't even tell you I'm perfect at it. Don't even tell you I'm absent of fear. Don't try to tell everyone live without fear either, like some other bozos and liars who live only by fear. Telling you it's a practice of faith. This is not my walk or way either. This is the walk and the way. I've had to come to align with it. Simple. And then they'll all tell me with the alcohol and the cigarettes sticking out of their mouth that just following policy and code doesn't damn your soul. You sure about that? I'm not sure about it. I'm just telling you what I perceive and what seems to be apparent to me, and I'm telling you what I'm going to do and not do. If you guys really believe, all you Catholics and Christians and all the rest, that following man's codes and rules, when you have an indwelling conscience and intuition and instinct, I don't accept it, But if you accept it and you think that there's not going to be some karma for that, right? Then just keep doing it. You'll always get what you've always got. It's not like you're going to listen to me about the changes that could happen. It's not like you're going to listen to what trust, equity, and faith and honor could bring. So I never understand what the contention or resistance point is. I'm saying who and what I am, what I see, what I'm doing, and what I'm not, and why. You take that or not. I don't have to convince you or anyone else to do it, because I get power and value from it, because it's been good to me, because I've been good with it, because I get to lay my head down at night and know what I'm a part of and not, because I get to die with some level of self-respect and dignity and not feel like a disempowered, uninspiring slave. No one else gets to tell me what I think and feel and believe and experience. And the same goes back the other way. The problem is you guys seem to agree with me and know what I'm saying is true, but then have a bunch of excuses and reasons why we're not going to do it. Then don't. I'm not looking for you motherfuckers to save me or help me. I'm not Slackcott. I'm totally cool doing whatever the fuck I'm doing because it's what I'm meant to do. Would I like to see more people be part of it? Yes. Will more people be part of it? Yes. Have they already? Yes. Does that have to happen for me to find meaning and purpose and value and live into principles in my life and do what I do? No. Matter of fact, it almost bolsters my sense of self. But I'm one of the few, the proud, the Marines, like they say. Be all you can be. Because I'm willing to go past my fear into faith for God and the truth and what I see is right. And that's a rare quality. I think we need more of that, quite frankly. And again, I'm not saying that I'm the best at it. I just don't see many people trying. Same thing that Christ the being would have said. Greater things than I you shall do, but you got to fucking try.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying about earlier, there's a lot of people look to other people for guidance because they're so uninspired in a way. You've got a lot of discipline when it comes to being here every day for some people to listen to, but knowing in your heart if you're doing the things to be disciplined with yourself and your body and taking care of yourself on different levels. If you're disciplined as you were in the mind with the body, and this, like, I don't have to tell you, you've talked about it, so it's like it would be like, not that you're trying to inspire anybody, but just in yourself, just knowing what you are capable of actually doing with what I've seen you like 1,000 days straight, just with your verbiage and what you know in your heart from what you've accomplished and done, or gotten out of, then you can do that with everything else. Then it would be probably fucking pretty unstoppable. But I'm not the dude ever to come here. I'm just here to compliment I'm here to co-create, walk with you, not against you. I don't ever tell you how to do your broadcast because you're very good at that.
Might be the only thing I'm really good at. Is conceiving a certain perspectives and communicating them in a certain way.
Yeah, I mean, you know that. You could be difficult to talk to, but I I find it intriguing and like, yeah, it makes you kind of like it twists your brain. Remember like the first time I talked to you, dude, I was like, I don't know how I even found you. But it's like the same books, like Marcus Aurelius. When I had like my like epiphany about everything, I had a dream, blah blah blah. I won't go through the whole thing. I woke up like sweating, same kind of thing, and I just had a a revelation, and I just quit drinking, and had this crazy dream about my father. Ironically, about him dying like over and over again in my dream, like 5 times, and then I woke
Daddy,
up.
no.
Yes, but anyways, But dude, it was meditations, Marcus Aurelius, the Tao, the whole thing, just everything. Talk about synchronicities and just everything. So most of the time, almost all the time, I resonate with what you're speaking, even if it's sometimes I've gone through, and maybe the listeners that know you really well will understand this, that they go through like cycles of being like pissed off at you.
Being in love with the truth and then not wanting to have to look at it. So then that reflects on how you perceive me. Yeah. An interesting relationship to self and the truth that goes on here. The coming toward it, right? The sort of feeling its power and then the moving away from it because it's like grabbing a power line, right? You grab it and you're empowered, like we say, by it, but then it's a lot. So you got to let go and kind of move away. And then oftentimes the way that seems to be interpreted and what the implications are then causes a reaction to it. But I'm not really doing or saying or being anything different. It's just their relationship, folks' relationship to the truth, and therefore their relationship to me changes. It tends to be another loop cycle, right? Go from loving to hate me and making excuses and justifications about me and with me to seeing the point of what I'm doing and why it's important at times and why there's not enough of it. And that's exactly why we're here. Weak men create hard times, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. So would it be fair to say that
Heiser, hold on. This guy wants to ask. Hold on. Want to know how he keeps his mind so sharp? Eating cheese, smoking weed, right? He goes, should I smoke more weed? Yeah, that'll do it, right?
I should smoke right now.
Yeah, that's how I keep my mind so sharp.
Well, what I'm
not
asking
gonna.
you is, I know you have to put on a persona here, and you have a show. This entertainment purposes only, but
infotainment.
You obviously don't think that you're like totally infallible or omniscient. Like, is there anybody or probably like that you could learn from, or do you listen? Like, does anytime something strike you in a certain way, like inspires you or gives you a different outlook, or are you just like from the point that you've come from and all the shit that you've studied? I mean, do you feel like you could learn something from like from someone that's had a better like relationship status with their parents, or have had different kind of experiences than you, or do you just think you have it all pinned down at this point? That's all. I mean,
I don't think there's ever having any. I don't know what all is pinned down. It's like, the question is phrased as if I am supposed to answer that I believe I'm a know-it-all or not. I don't have to know it all to know me and what I'm doing and why and how and what the results are, and then correlate that to what other folks are doing, and then correlate that to why they show up the way they do with themselves and their family and life. Again, I mean, it's really not even about learning at this point. There's certain things that seem to be known, true
Does
enough.
anything else, sorry, does anything like move you?
Yeah, like my interactions with people, when I have interactions, especially in a private menu, and I observe myself and others. It's one area, and I see that maybe I'm perceiving something a certain way, and I may have to look at it a different way in order to meet someone where they're at.
I would,
But
I
I
would,
mean,
I would argue. Well, I would make the, I would say that if all these other people that you would say, I'm not trying to be gay on you right now.
you don't have to try; it comes naturally. Now, go ahead.
Okay, so, but like all these other people, they were like, you wouldn't say this shit in a room with me or in person.
Oh, I absolutely will.
So, like, I feel the opposite with. I think if I got around with people in person, the like the energy would not only like amplify in a good way, but it would disintegrate like all these. I don't know. It's just a feeling. It's an energy to be around people and to just kind of like feel them as a person.
You're
Like,
confusing me with you and how you and I live. I could be feeling like everything's good and ignoring everything else. It doesn't ignore the truth or the facts of the matter and where it goes and my level of respect. So again, this is a masculine and a feminine archetype, and one should have like both working at the same time, right? There's
yeah,
like, like and love, and there's respect.
I get that.
So that's it. And people oftentimes want respect in life, but they don't want to do and be what's necessary to be respect-able or trustworthy. These words have meaning.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
I'm not a woman, even women. Again, this is not like genderist because we're one self on some level. Even a woman, once she gets out of her little girl mode, is going to see, oh, I've been fucking a bunch of guys who are not respectable and trustworthy. So I'm going to have to screen better and discern character, right? So
Yeah.
I'm talking about holistic character association and understanding, analysis, right? It's not this or that, it's this and that. So, you're asking me a hypothetical. Would somebody inspire me and move me? Yeah, if they're inspiring and empowered and respectable and trustworthy, which is few and far between. So, of course, it exists. Again, we're back to great men. There's few and far of them between in history. That's why everyone on these panels cites the Christed being in Scripture, because they pretend there hasn't been anyone somehow, some way, for the last 2,000 years, who hasn't stood on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and practice being courageous and brave in the face of Shaitan and its legions and the state of coming down on them. There's a reason we talk about it and cite it, and apparently there's a reason why they pretend like nobody else has ever done it before or since. Some kind of delusion everyone wants to live in. And then there's reality. So guess what? The truth inspires me. The truth empowers me. Well, I don't even need to put faith in other men. If anything, it's their walk and their experiences. And I'm pretty sure that's the point of living an actualized, realized life in oneself. So I don't have to constantly look at other men to be inspired and empowered. I can look in the mirror or look to God. That's one and the same in a sense.
But do you not
The
feel
process.
the camaraderie, like, so sometimes I'm more inspired around certain men. Like, you know, they say the 5 people around you the most is kind of shows who and what you are. And I feel, for me at least, the last couple years, everyone looked to me as Big Daddy leader around the block, but I wasn't feeling it that inspired and empowered. The business was flailing, whatever, and I surrounded myself with a bunch of loser failures, and they didn't even want me to succeed. And in a way, they wanted me to fail. And now that I'm leaving, everyone's like, "Oh, Jeff, you were like the mayor of the you know, you're the best dude." But I mean, people that
What is it that you're not getting that they're bullshitting you the way you just tried to bullshit me about your father? You're around a whole bunch of bullshitters who want everyone to feel good and are not living in reality. You're all coping and enabling each other.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at is, besides that, that's the negative aspect of it. Being around a bunch of men that are co-creative, inspiring, gets you to want to like get your ass up and move and build and create and really get shit done. And
You're
like,
putting this on other people. This is not an other people thing. This is a self inside job.
No, I get that, but I'm saying, is there not a dynamic to where other influences can motivate you or non-motivate you? Are you
Yes,
your
they
own
can.
self?
The best practice is to not need that.
I get
That's
that.
the point, to not be needy and codependent. So the pimp doesn't need hoes or other pimps to pimp, right? The
Okay,
pimp
but
wakes up every day and say, "This is what I love to do. This is what I'm fascinated by. This is what I'm good at, and I'm gonna run all around this fucking town until I do what a pimp does." How does it change when it comes to leadership in a different venue? And then we can argue what it's for, what's the ends, how toxic is it, what's the intention. But you get what I'm saying when it comes to the energy that someone needs to have to be successful at whatever they do.
I get that, but understanding that you need other people. And
why are you doing this right now? You're trying to make something true. You want me to tell you something. You're trying to get me to bullshit you. This is why your people all around you bullshit you. There's no but. Everything after but is bullshit. There's no but. And you keep rephrasing the question over and over until I try to give you some ground you can rest on instead of you accepting the reality of what it's going to take.
I was getting
Cut your bullshit friends and family off who are not nurturing you and what you want to do and be, and go it alone and become something in yourself and in this life. Stop hinging what you need to do on other people. That's what it's going to take to be successful. Go ask Elon Slave Musk. Go ask Jeff Bezos and all the other people that you want to call narcissistic and egotistical who are at least successful in what they do, because they can prioritize their purpose and their meaning and their value and not give a fuck about what anyone else says or thinks.
That's where you're wrong.
I'm not wrong. I'm successful. You're not.
In what way?
I'm inspiring and empowering and entertaining. You're pathetic and sad looking. The guy's asking me how much jizz is lodged in your throat. Stop coming here with your arrogance telling me I'm wrong. I don't want to be like you and your daddy and live like you. You're delusional. You're in denial. It's frustrating. This is why the woman's asking. We're going on 8 hours now, and we have another Talcott here who came here specifically to play a gotcha game. I've humored him for an hour and a half. He keeps twisting and turning to try to play gotcha games and power games. He will not accept the truth and reality. He wants me to bullshit him and lie to him like his fake ass friends do. Jeff, what? You're leaving? You're like the best guy ever. Because they feel you're pathetic and they don't want to tell you the truth. Or they're pathetic and they're too guilty while they watch you leave and don't do shit for you or with you. Cut the fucking games. They didn't have shit to do and be this whole fucking time for the last 2 and 3 years while I've been here talking to you about success. And you keep wanting to appeal to your feelers about these people. I don't give a fuck about them and what they think and feel. They're
No, you
bullshit
are.
artists, just like you're trying to be with me, just like your daddy is.
No, I'm not trying to bullshit you, bro. I'm asking you a question about.
You're not asking me questions. You're asking me
Yes, I
rhetorical
am.
questions, and you're positing your own solutions when I'm giving you mine, and then you're telling me I'm wrong. I'm successful at everything I do so far. You're not. Don't fucking tell me I'm wrong. I'm not wrong for me. I like who I am. I make sense to me. I feel inspired, empowered in me. I'm co-creational. I'm entertaining while I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm successful at whatever I do.
So you don't need
If that's
anybody.
not you, then why are you telling me I'm wrong? I'm not wrong for me and what I'm trying to be and achieve. I'm
never
totally
said you were
fucking
wrong.
right. I'm right in the pocket.
I never said you were wrong. I'm asking you, is it unacceptable?
You never said I was wrong. You just said I'm wrong. That was the words you just said. When I told you, stop buying into your bullshit friends and family, stop letting them sway you all over because you're a people pleaser, stop being fucking codependent, get a goddamn vision, some motivation, inspiration, empowerment, get some get up and go, pursue something, dedicate yourself,
Do you think I
achieve,
could have
do it
built
over.
Do you think I could have built this whole fucking shit by myself?
You didn't do it by yourself. Because you needed somebody to give you the products and somebody to fund it and somebody to tell you were special and all the rest of it.
You need fucking people to have a business run or anything run. Maybe you don't. It's just you talking here every day. You don't need anybody, right? All I was asking you is, what about ants or any fucking other thing?
World's smallest violin is playing right now.
Yeah, okay. So if you think you don't need anybody, good luck with that.
Again,
if you don't think that we're more powerful, if you
don't need anyone to decide 1,000 days straight that I am going to get up and do certain things and apply myself and do a broadcast and do it over and over again and be successful in certain ways and focus on what's important to me and get results with the court and go past my fears and not have to worry about what anyone else thinks and feels. That's actualization, empowering, inspiring. Because it's not codependent. Because I don't give my power and my value and my resources away. Because I attract that. You see?
Okay, so without
it's not a competition. It's not about I'm better than you. It's not about, oh, so you don't need anyone. And so now we're going to insult the audience and the contributors and all the rest of it indirectly. It's not necessarily what I'm saying. The point is, it doesn't make me or break me. I'm practicing a core value system. I'm practicing a get up and go for me. I'm practicing dedication and discipline. I'm practicing a bunch of stuff that I see as valuable for me. Because I see it valuable for me, it's valuable for others. Because I get good at it, it's good for others.
You're telling me all this shit I already know, bro.
So what are we missing here? What's the confusion? What's the resistance point? What am I not capitulating to? Because you said I'm wrong. You have the answers. You're just fine. You're okay. You're successful. Your daddy's great. Your friends, all the rest of it. Where's this going?
I'm saying that we are stronger together. We're not meant to be.
No, we're not. You just made another platitude-based statement. I don't accept that. We're not stronger together. If I team up with you, I'll get worse.
Okay, so if a storm comes
what?
To
you just made a statement that feels good, but is not true because you have a toxic feminine aspect. Dude. Every single person who disagrees with me projects that I'm toxic masculine because they're toxic feminine. You just said something because it felt good, but it's not based in reality.
It's true. It is. It's like
it's not based in reality. I was not stronger together with a bunch of drug addict loser failures who couldn't perceive reality and have any get up and go. I was worse off around them.
Because you surrounded yourself with the fucking wrong people.
Right, and you're doing that now, and you won't accept it. Birds of a feather flock together. You're all weak loser failures who are codependent with excuses. They're going to blame you. You're going to blame them. You're all the same.
And
the bottom
imagine if
line is you're all bitch ass motherfuckers. Because if I was there, I'd grow the weed. I'd do it myself. I'd go out in the street. I'd push it myself. I'd get 10,000 fucking people to buy my shit, even if they had to invest in me, because I'm going to make them believe it and feel it. Yous all didn't do that. 5 of you fucking beta male suburbanite bitch ass clowns couldn't figure out how to grow weed and sell it. Then you had the nerve to come here and blame them, and they blamed you, and you all blamed the fact that there's no more weed market. The biggest, weakest, ridiculous, most fucking excuse I've ever seen and heard, that nobody's buying and smoking good weed. You don't think I know who and what you are and the rest of them are and why you end up the way you do and waste a whole bunch of money along the way doing and being nothing? Because you keep making fucking excuses about why you suck instead of realizing you suck and getting better. So just keep doing it. It's not my problem. It's yours.
A lot of projection there.
Not a lot of projection.
Yeah, a lot of
Not going to tell you what I've done and what I do. Not going to tell you the whole story of my past. Don't care. Doesn't matter because we're here now.
I was just asking.
And let's go even further. Let's say we talk about other parts, the majority of my past, regardless of the now, because you're not listening to the now. I'm at least man enough to say, when I tried to sell drugs and do certain things, I sucked at it. I was bad at it. I just said it last night. I don't come here and bullshit myself like you do. I don't blame other people like you do. So you got a list of reasons and excuses why, if we gave you another 3 fucking lemonade stands to run, you couldn't be successful with it. And it's because of the way you present and how you believe about yourself and others. And if you changed it, your life would change. You won't, because you're too busy making excuses to prove how loving you are, how much of a nice guy you are. Nice guys finish last. If you're okay with that, so am I. I prefer real over nice. I prefer accurate over feel good. That's just me. I thought that's what being a man was, by the way.
I am real. That's why everybody fucking likes me. I don't fucking pretend to be something I'm not.
Liking you is not respecting you. Liking you, we just talked about this. Another masculine, feminine archetype. Women want to be liked. Men typically want to be respected. Is it always a coincidence that every answer you give is toxic feminine? I don't give a fuck who likes you. I don't like you right now because I don't respect you for obvious reasons, and you're bullshitting me in this audience. I don't like you, so you just lied.
I said I was real. I didn't say everyone. I said everyone likes
You're
me.
not real with yourself and others. You're delusional, and you talk from your feelers and what you want to be true, and you reject what is true, just like a bitch. And if you want me to send the $11 back, I will, because I'm tired of people giving me shit and then acting like I'm a user when I tell them what I perceive. As if giving me shit means I'm going to like you or respect you. The truth does that. How what you do and be and create and say does that or not. And if you don't care, then I don't care. There's times where I like you and other folks. There's times where I don't. There's certain things I may respect you for and be entertained by. There's other things I'm not. You may have the same experience with me. What's the point of coming to this arena and putting yourself before me if you're not going to accept what I'm speaking and what I see? It just makes no sense.
I didn't say I didn't accept it.
So, like, why are you fighting against it and denying the reality of what we know? Like, why is it really that painful for you to admit? You guys must not be humiliated enough in life. So I just got really used to, at some point, humiliation. So, like, I was just able to more readily accept what was real and true. You know?
I don't care. I don't feel humiliated because I'm me. I'm not
right, but you're making excuses. Like again, we don't have to talk about me. I'm not the pinnacle of anything. I've experienced certain levels of certain things for certain reasons. We can go to other people where it's more valid and more impressionable. There's a certain perspective and way of living and being here that generates certain results. If you want that, you live that. If you don't, then don't. And then you shouldn't have any issues or problems, and you shouldn't really give a fuck about what I or anyone else says. You do, I suspect, because you know it's true and it's right. You don't want to accept it. You want to fight against it. But if you did, you'd become better. And that would be that. We can put it behind us. You really believed in your daddy, or believed in the truth, or believed in God, or believed in yourself, or all five, or all three, or all two, or one, and you did the next right thing, and you did it over and over again, and you got results, you'd have more confidence and faith in yourself, and you'd be more inspiring and empowering, and you would have more clear-cut, discerning answers of clarity. That makes sense. You're not doing that. It's because your waters are muddied. You're over here, you're over there, you're listening to this, you're listening to that, you think this, you feel that. This is why people who want enlightenment and growth and development and empowerment, inspiration, sequester themselves and go on a walk in life alone, rather than with fools and liars for company. It's not only not for everybody, it's not for most people. I'm willing to give up everything and everyone to walk this walk alone if I have to, or with the few who are meant to walk with me. I don't give a fuck about everyone liking me or not, like you just tried to appeal to. I don't care. Have you not noticed? I genuinely don't care who's weak and disempowered and lying, most importantly, to themselves and others, pretending we don't see and know, right? I don't care what they fucking think of me. They're supposed to be upset with me because they're living a weak, disempowered lie, and I'm not. They're supposed to hate on me and not feel comfortable around me. I love it. Not worried about it like you are. I love it. I love the things certain people are drawn to me for. They can't get enough of. That drives everyone else away. I fucking love it. So take it back to all the nice, kind, polite, duped out, gullible, fake ass, passive aggressive motherfuckers who love to hate on me, and tell them that I love to be loved to hated on for what I'm doing and being and the truth that I'm speaking. It just proves who and what everyone else is and what they're about and what they're serving. This is a game. This is a soul journey game of judgment and discernment for me. Don't care what every other soul here thinks and feels about me and this journey and the truth. Doesn't change it.
Same here.
That we're good.
Then we're great. Brother, I don't know what just happened. I know you've been talking all night. Thanks
Yeah,
for
we
the
got to
time,
wrap
brother.
it up, man. I'm here. I'm here for the truth. You know, I'm here for myself. I'm here for the truth. By proxy, I'm here for others, because me just being here with no one showing up would kind of be weird. But Tommy does it every day, and Wizard does it every day, and some others. So God bless them. It's a hell of a job they're doing.